lot of young kids out there that's not the biggest, not the strongest. Just keep pushing.
Being a small town kid, never getting any of those Power 5 offers, I think there have been people that have doubted me, to the point where I would ever even play here at North Dakota State.
You still running home? Damn, not fast enough, bro.
It should be the same for him.
Yeah, I can say he gonna be hard on his stuff. He gonna be hard. I didn't do what I was supposed to do.
What is up, guys? Welcome into day 2 of the Cuts NFL Draft Special. I'm your host, Christian Williams, and I am here with a slew of people. We're going to have a lot of fun. Randy, first, how are you, man?
Doing pretty good. Excited for night 2. Jeff just talked about how this is more for the actual draft fans, not just the casual, and I kind of agree. This is going to be fun. A lot of guys still left on the board that we thought would be gone, and see where they go.
Absolutely. We are also joined by our resident group of 5 specialist, Adam Mack. Adam, how are you, man?
I'm doing good, man. Happy for day 2. Happy to see how he fucks this draft up tonight.
Hey,
dropping bombs out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable when last year they took Jalen Hurts, right? So
yeah,
it's still stuck there.
You mean
I'm waiting for Kyle Trask, reunite him with his college offensive coordinator, build that quarterback factory up. Let's do it.
I love it.
It's a good idea. And then we are also joined by Jeff, my co-host on the Debbie Royale. Jeff, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. I'm excited. Randy dropped it. This is the night for the real diehards that I think we really dig in. We start to see these teams take shape. It's the type of thing where you're expecting to still get major contributors tonight, whereas tomorrow, if you get somebody that makes your roster, you're kind of happy. So I'm very excited and ready to go, and thank you guys for having me.
Yes, well, we are excited to have you, and we're excited for this show. The second round is about to kick off. I still don't see Goodell, but one thing, of course, people follow us for fantasy. They also follow us for some of our NFL draft stuff. But one name, we saw 2 running backs come off the board in round 1, which to some was a surprise. It really isn't ideal for the Jaguars. That's been the discourse today. What are the Jaguars doing? But there is one name specifically that's still on the board, my RB1, Javonte Williams. I'm going to kick it to each one of you. We'll start with Jeff. What is your ideal landing spot for Javonte today?
My ideal landing spot, Atlanta. I mean, the pieces that are there already, their defense really turned around. Typically, we don't think of the Falcons as having a strong defense, but just putting him in that scheme with Arthur Smith, we saw Kyle Pitts come in yesterday. The weapons that are around them with Matt Ryan offense, that my ideal realistic spot would be Atlanta. I do think it's interesting that nobody's moved up to this Jacksonville pick, because I think we've seen that in the past where teams have the day to kind of look over things. And, these next 3 picks, the Jets, the Falcons, and the Dolphins are all in play for him. So yeah, I don't know if one of them would think about moving up, but maybe he's not quite as high as what we are on him, but who knows? Yeah,
that's very true. Adam, what's your ideal landing spot for Javonte?
Well, if I'm going to be biased, it's the Eagles, because Eagles need playmakers.
Go on.
Kind of what Jeff said is the Falcons, they brought in Pitts yesterday, adding – I think the one thing they're missing to their offense is a running back. I think I was talking earlier to somebody that, all their cornerbacks are going to be on defense are going to be accounted for when you have Calvin Ridley, Julio Jones, Kyle Pitts, Hayden Hurst. Now you got to take into effect the running back. That offense truly is going to be unstoppable now if they add an elite running back like Williams.
Yeah, I like that. I like that word for him too. I love Javonte. Randy, let's hear something different.
Yeah.
What's your ideal fit?
I love Javonte. I think he fits there as well. Obviously, I think everyone kind of fits in Atlanta, but maybe they take a little bit more position of need here. So maybe the Jets might be a better situation. They drafted offensive line to help that out. They're going to run heavy. apparently San Francisco type offenses, and somewhat what you're going to see in Atlanta as well this year. So I think he could thrive there as well behind a new look offense.
Yeah. I'm excited to see where he lands. There's still a ton of talent on the board. Some names that you see scrolling across the bottom: Christian Barmore, Tevin Jenkins, Pat Fryermuth, Trayvon Merrig, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is probably the one that was at like the most shocking yesterday, because I mean, I had him mocked in the top 10. I thought the teams would be much higher on him. Clearly, they see him as like a scheme fit, like dependent kind of guy. And then there's a slew of wide receivers that are about to come off the board. I think we're going to see an early run on receiver with Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Amon-Ra St. Brown, De'Ami Brown. Who else? Oh, you've got him. Terrace Marshall.
I got you, bro.
Dwayne Eskridge. I see Tutu Atwell on my screen. He should not go on day 2. He weighs like half of what I weigh, so I don't know what we're doing here.
So does Devonta Smith.
True. Do we have any Tutu Atwell? Like,
receiver one.
I'm just saying, like, it's an argument. That's all I'm trying to get out there.
It's true.
I didn't put him in there. That's all I'm trying to say. Now, once 2 get drafted, he'll probably be on there. But here we are.
Yeah, that's true. Jeff, are you a Tutu truther? That's
no,
that's good.
No. Dude, we're playing fantasy football. I like the big wide receivers. I don't know. These guys like Tutu, they might have a role in an NFL scheme. Maybe Schwartz is another guy like that they've got the role as a field stretcher. But in terms of fantasy, yeah, I saw everybody going nuts over Darnell Mooney. I think he's a tougher player than that, and he's capable of getting the ball more. But this is such boomer bust to have these guys in your lineup, and I just gravitate towards the big wide receivers because we've seen it over and over again, and usually the second round yields a lot of value. Guys like A.J. Brown going in round 2, DK, I think DK might have even been round 3, but we've seen it traditionally, and there are several big wide receivers on the board that I think are just going to explode in fantasy.
Yeah, and I know, I mean, wide receiver is a need for pretty much every team. Every team is looking to build depth. I know I saw a tweet of yours earlier, Jeff. You're interested to see Seth Williams, right? That's one of the guys you're rostering here and there.
I've ended up with him in a couple spots. I did a draft a while back. I got him in the 4th round, and then I did a draft the other night, and I got him late 3rd. So he's a guy that I'm waiting to see where he goes. There's so many small wide receivers in this class that he's a 6'4" guy. Obviously, would have liked to see more consistent effort, but I'm hopeful he lands somewhere beneficial.
Yeah, when you have Bo Nix thrown to you, I would be pretty disinterested too. That's for sure. Adam, what do you think the Eagles are gonna do here on day 2?
I think we're
other than fuck it up.
I mean, obviously, but I think we're in a good place right now. I don't know what Randy said. Right. Probably true.
I just put the corner. I just said, "Don't worry, I got you." So I put the corners up.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the big position is cornerback right now. Some guys that I was kind of hoping would fall to the second round got taken. Eric Stokes was kind of the big one that I had my eye set on. But if Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is there at 37, honestly, if we even trade up, give up some more picks to get him, I think that's a home run. Howie doesn't like to value the linebacker position, but if he were to fall to us, or even Baron Browning, I would be very happy with either of those two, but I'm fully prepared for Howie to do something that he's trying to outsmart everybody. He's trying to analytics. He's trying to Billy Bean it. He's trying to Bill Belichick it. He's trying to do something crazy that, again, who knows? I know all Eagles fans want Asante Samuel Jr. because of his dad, but
I also want him on the Browns, even though we just took a corner. Let's just take Asante
Buffalo
Samuel
needs
Jr.
a corner too, so I'll take him too.
I actually mocked him to Buffalo at one point in my process. It was early, but okay, Randy, and my question for you: how long before we see Spencer Brown's name come across our screen?
It could be a 3rd round, honestly, mainly because when you going through, I did like the top of main line, and there's just so many left that I can't see him going ahead of any of those tackles that were just listed. Maybe Mayfield, who's viewed as more of a guard, but then you got to remember you still have Landon Dickerson and Creed Humphrey, Wyatt Davis. There's plenty of O-line that are still here. He should be like in the conversation once a few of those guys are off the board, but it's probably going to be a little bit too late in the second round for him to be picked.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like some team's going to fall in love with him. But again, we heard for over a week there that Liam Eichenberg was a surefire first rounder because he's so good in pass protection. And then Alex Leatherwood went instead. So, and sorry to knock the Raiders, but I mean, I still think Leatherwood's better than Eichenberg, but
it's close. But hey, you can knock them all you want. We're past round one. This is where we thrive now. So we're gonna. This next 3 rounds is where they do the good work. So
that's very true.
All
right, so
I think it's important to emphasize that I know people are bent out of shape at some of the later teens picks, but in every draft, there's usually about 16 real first rounders, and then the talent difference between a guy that's going to go 18 versus a guy that's going to go 48 is just not that big of a difference, and usually teams defer to scheme fits, the guys that they like more. And I know that there are several people bent out of shape about some of the landing spots, but the reality of it is that the quality of players not all that different in the first 15, 20 picks that we're going to see go off the board here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where like differentiating between rankings and tiers is important, because I think we still have a couple receivers in probably second or third tier, depending on how you tier it, still on the board. Obviously, Terrace Marshall was projected to be a first-round pick for months and months and months. He went out and worked out and went crazy, ran under 4.4, I believe. I think he ran, I don't remember exactly, 4.37, 4.38. And then he an injury thing popped up. I think there's a chance the Jaguars do some crazy shit right now and take a wide receiver and really screw with the fantasy outlook of the Jaguars, because, like I said, the conversation about Travis Etienne versus James Robinson is going to get exhausting this summer. I can already tell.
What do you mean? Etienne's the perfect third down back for them. Come on.
Anytime you can use your first round pick on a third down back, you got to do it.
Absolutely. I think Urban Meyer's a little lost. If I keep saying that, and I really do. I don't think he understands like actual value. And I made a joke that he could use Travis Etienne in like a Curtis Samuel type of role with James Robinson being the Zeke. And then I thought about it and I was like, that's definitely something Urban Meyer would do. And so everyone who's still drafting Travis Etienne as their RB1 in Dynasty Fantasy Football, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think James Robinson is completely trash.
No, he was quickly to put in Carlos Hyde in there too. So I think they're going to have a full-on rotating backfield, unfortunately for fantasy purposes, but hopefully one breaks out. I mean, Robinson broke out last year in the same kind of situation, so maybe he does it again.
That's the real question is Urban going to be running Trevor Lawrence into Aaron Donald 15 times a game? Because I've seen it for 10 years, 15 years, and I've seen it over and over again. And, man, I don't know.
Shout out to Matt for joining our stream. Does Chuba Hubbard go in round 2? Adam, what do you think?
I can see more so round 3. I don't think round 2. I think if you get him in round 2, you really definitely reached on him. I think he's going to be a guy that goes round 3 and is probably taken before some people that are rated higher than him, just because of the success he had before 2020. He's a big name player, regardless of position. I expect them to be taken today, but not round 2.
Randy, what do you think?
He's like, I'm pretty sure I graded him as a third-round player, but he's going to be that mid to late third, early fourth kind of guy. It's just how it is. I mean, in fairness, Trey Sermon's kind of about the same thing in my expectations for the day, so we might just have 2 or 3 running backs go today. I mean, that's possible.
Yeah, I could see Jeff's Bills picking up Trey Sermon because I think he kind of fits what they want, which, Day two is the sweet spot for Bills drafting a running back. How'd you
Get
feel
one
about
every
that?
single year, and you'll eventually get one. I don't
It's
know.
true.
Maybe.
Someone's got to break out, right?
No, but there's too much defensive line talent, too much offensive line talent, too many wide receivers on the board for Chuba to go that early, I think.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I don't know how teams are going to look at his workout numbers that don't really match the film from 2019. If there's injury concern maybe built in, like if Chuba worked out while he was hurt, that definitely impacts how you look at those numbers. I think he has to. He was supposedly training for the Olympics, like he was going to be an Olympic sprinter, and so at that point, like for Canada, not the United States, but
Oh, okay. Why does that matter?
it doesn't
I'm
matter.
sure he still tried very hard.
It's just
Yeah,
if you make it anywhere.
Canada probably has a couple fast people. I mean,
I was gonna say what
probably
they're only allowed to
probably
be fast on ice skates. What the hell, Christian? Come on.
Yes, I
Cross
Minnesota too. Yeah, I think in Minnesota and Canada you can only be fast on skates. That's for sure.
Jesus,
All right, so the pick is in for the Jaguars.
finally.
You know, I think they're sitting here because I think there's probably a guy they were comfortable taking at pick 25 that ended up falling out of the first round. I think that's probably Owusu Koromoa.
I think it's
estimation.
Christian Barmore.
I want to say it's Morig because that's what I mocked. So
Well, all three of us gave the three options. Way to go, guys.
analysis. Hashtag analysis.
and Tevin Jenkins. Here we go. Can't wait.
It's actually not a bad pick either, to be honest.
They really, in fairness, they probably can't make a bad pick, and I can't wait to them to prove me wrong. Let's do it.
They already did it once, Randy.
Great
Again,
sermon.
Shit. Fourth down back. Let's go.
Fourth down back. All right. Is that Booger making the pick?
Ugh. Okay.
No. Is it?
No, that's not Booger.
Is it the assistant GM or commissioner or associate or whatever?
No, I think each team has like a
Kevin Hardy from Illinois.
Okay.
Well, that's not where the pick's from.
Yeah.
So has everyone seen it yet? Like, what's the order of getting it yet?
I have not seen it. I will say saw it.
Jesus.
Saw it.
I haven't.
I am very ahead of people.
All right. So
Damn it, that's what I wanted.
yeah, so Tyson Campbell was the pick here.
Yay, we have a graphic.
We do have a graphic. We do have a few graphics. We have some
That's a good
highlights for you
start.
guys tonight. Yeah, definitely. Tyson Campbell came through as our corner 9 in our draft guide, which you should still go check out because it'll be super helpful for you as we get through today. If you go to thecuttffb.com/rankings and click the PDF, you'll find it. But Tyson Campbell, 5 pass breakups, an interception, 26 tackles. Randy, talk to us about what Tyson Campbell does well and some of the things that he needs to improve on.
Yeah, I mean, we have in our draft guide, obviously, good in press. He has prototypical size for the corner. Him and Eric Stokes are both known as more technicians of the class. I think that's just coaching at Georgia. He is going to be a good just plug-and-play corner for them. Obviously, he's never going to be their corner 1. Maybe not even in the corner 2 right away, probably corner 3, but he probably will never be worse than that for a team. I do have high expectations for him and Stokes. I view them very, very close to each other. And he was a clear mid to top second-round talent for me. I still think they could have went with the other guys we listed, and it would have been a little bit better, but they clearly emphasized corner over everything here. Yeah.
So the interesting thing, Adam, you said that you wanted Tyson Campbell for your Eagles. I think the thing is Fatu Melifonwu, which this is what I expected to happen. It's how I mocked it. But Fatu Melifonwu, he flashed at times. He's also another physical corner that kind of profiles as that like perfect CB2 for a team. Adam, do you think that Melifonwu is going to make it to your Eagles?
Honestly, I expected Tyson Campbell to be there. But, you know, it's the NFL draft. You really don't know what's going on in these teams.
Yeah.
Minds. They truly teams are going to pick players that they want, not based off it. It's the best player available sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's true.
Again, and I also don't know who wants to trade up for him. But at this point, I'm just kind of hoping the Eagles do best player available, even if it's not a cornerback.
Yeah.
I want to stay positive throughout this process.
That's
They're
a good
taking
call.
Davis Mills, bro.
Last year, listen, don't put that idea in my head because I know it's true.
Jamie
Put
Newman.
that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
All right. And we're going to welcome in Kevin, who joined us last night. He hopped back in for day 2. Kevin, how are you, man?
I'm doing good, guys. How we doing? I'm a little tired today. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I think everybody's a little bit tired today.
that's very true. Kevin, are you feeling any better from the Micah Parsons pick yesterday?
No, that has not subsided. I still am mad about the pick, but I'm just hoping they make up for it in these next couple rounds. We have the same linebackers now. Like they all do the same things, and I don't necessarily feel like we took a need. I felt like we just took the same dude we've taken in the first round the last 4 years. But I digress.
Hey, Jerry Jones saw that post. Micah Parsons wanted to stay in the blue and white, and he posted a picture at AT&T Stadium, and he gets to, and Jerry Jones was like, that guy wants to play for us, so we want him.
Jesus.
Jerry's the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah.
He
You think
should.
you think it's a good idea to have your old owner making player selections and running the team?
Probably not. But here we are.
Yeah, Randy knows how that is, though, too, right? I mean, that's what Mr. Davis was doing for a while there.
Yeah.
In Oakland.
Yeah, it's all the speed picks. I mean, it happens a few places. The Bengals do that. Cowboys do that. So it's not unheard of. Unfortunately, a lot of the times it's usually the bad pick of the day that ends up being the owner's like, no. That fucking guy. That one.
Washington does that too.
Yeah.
They used to.
Oh, yeah.
Not so much anymore, but I don't know.
He really shouldn't make decisions. That guy should not.
None. Not players.
Not cheerleaders.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Team names, apparently.
God,
Now, if they would have just named it Washington Football Team, then we would have WFT or Washington Team Football. Then we'd have WTF, and everybody would be so much happier, and the marketing would just sell itself. Millennials and youths would be all over that, wearing the
Youths.
WTF.
Jeff, you said youths, and I was like, oh man, this is why we joke that you're old.
I am old. The youths, they would love it. Marketing.
The youth. Black and white TVs, huh, Jeff? Watching.
I remember playing Mario on my original Nintendo 64 on my grandparents' old black and white TV.
There you go. I played Mario too on an N64, so I guess I'm old too. But all right.
I was in high school and N64 came out.
I was like not born, I don't think. I don't know. Well, maybe. Jets are on the clock and they made their selection. Well, they haven't yet. I haven't seen
they
it.
have.
I got it.
Adam
That's
Schefter tweeted it before they went out, so
Fuck it, Chef.
What a jerk.
trying to turn in the Woj on NBA draft night.
All right, so
I hate it. I think it's so stupid they do that shit.
So the selection here was Elijah Moore. We've got a few highlights for you. Elijah Moore is an interesting prospect. We saw a lot of buzz about him being a first-round talent. He does a lot of things very well. I hate doing like school-to-school comps, but when I first watched him, I thought, wow, this kid plays a little like A.J. Brown, before I realized that A.J. Brown also went there and was there when Elijah Moore was there. He's short, but he's not small. He can break tackles. He's a dynamic route runner. And you're seeing what he can do after the catch. So this is a guy that profiles as probably the Jamison Crowder replacement. Does that sound about right, Randy?
Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, I thought they wanted Denzel Mims to be kind of a mix of that last year. Apparently, they wanted to play just more outside after this pick. It's just another weapon for Zach Wilson. I think it made more sense for them to take a little bit time and take a receiver next round, maybe get a tight end of the future because they don't trust anyone in the building right now. But he is a very good pick, a guy that most people thought would go mid to late first round. I mocked him to the Dolphins at 18, but I thought they'd take a tackle in the first pick. So here we are.
Yeah. So Elijah Moore, man, I saw a tweet earlier. I hope that some of these wide receivers go to relevant fantasy, like get good situations. Jeff, do you think this makes for a good situation for Elijah Moore?
No, I don't think it does.
Uh,
I don't know. You know, I think he can be kind of reminds me of Ayuk in the scheme that they ran last year. That kind of role. I don't know if they can use Mims kind of in the Debo role, and then Corey Davis more downfield. But I don't know. I'm not in the Zach Wilson fan club, and I don't know that what the upside is for all these receivers, and especially now that it gets more crowded. And are they going to try to trade Crowder? Are they moving on from Crowder? What's the deal with him? I don't know.
He was actually a cut candidate when we covered them in the offseason. His contract's kind of like a pure cut thing. So maybe they're just going to try and trade him, like you said, for a late pick and move on from him. Or maybe he's just going to help get these guys along. But the surprise right here, Falcons traded back with the Broncos. So assumption here have to be what?
Running back.
Koromoa?
Running back is my guess.
I mean, it could be running back. It's
To get in front of Miami.
I mean,
Yeah.
like there was a lot of people that mocked Wish Koromoa to them at 9 when they
true.
just thought they would go linebacker over everything else at that point. So I mean, I could see it. They could value Barmore. Honestly, they could possibly value Morig as the
Davis Mills.
future safety. Davis Mills also. Ojolari is the replacement for Von Miller in a year or so. I mean,
I
this
don't
really
think they're
could go
going to take
anywhere.
a wide receiver. I think
That's
they were
literally-
safe there.
You know what? I literally was going to say that's probably the only position they won't go. But that's not I mean, that's clearly not factual. That still could happen.
Yeah.
You know what? It's got to be Pat Freiermuth. Let's get a tight end factory going. Let's keep this trend.
Noah Fant, Alberto,
And Pat Freiermuth. Oh,
and Nick Vanette, right? Didn't they sign him?
they have like 6 tight ends. It's them and the Bears. That's all they drafted.
I
Apparently.
thought Vanette ended up
Jake
in the Saints, or one of the one of the clone Ohio State tight ends ended up with the Saints. I thought it was Vanette.
I think you're right. They signed him to like 3 years for no freaking reason.
Yeah.
Like
3 years, $800,000.
So they can sit Adam Troutman on the bench and have Nick Vanette out there blocking.
Man, if they don't play Troutman, that's got to be a wasted pick at this point.
They'll play
Come
him.
on. I mean,
Adam
begrudgingly
Shaheen.
at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, and you have to figure the Broncos, they were in the mix for quarterback, they said before. Maybe this is a trade up for Kyle Trask. Who knows?
Davis Mills, as
Davis
I believe
Mills.
Kevin said.
Davis Mills. Yeah. I mean, Kyle Trask, I saw a report today that teams are really, really high on him. And I don't, I like Trask for what he is, which is we shouldn't be talking about him until later, way later tonight. And
Yeah.
preferably not at all, because we're not doing a stream tomorrow. And that's where he should be selected. So
He's going today.
He's
Come
going
on
today.
now.
for sure.
There's no need to be rude.
Man, wouldn't it be some shit if like the
Oh my.
Broncos took like Tutu Atwell?
Okay, so I'm just turning off notifications for Schefter is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, stop doing that. Don't check Schefter.
My, that
Christian.
sounds
Oh,
fun.
Christian.
Better than what we do with the Bears.
Oh, Christian.
Oh no. Hang on. I don't know yet.
Muddy that water. Let's go.
I'm just waiting for it.
The Pat Freiermuth?
Huh.
Wow.
Oh my
this
god.
is
Get to it,
crazy.
bro.
You're so. You might want to restart your stream, bro.
Javonte Williams. Yeah, all right. Yes. So I kind of figured this was coming. Javonte Williams, I said that the Broncos were heavily interested. I believe that they were heavily interested in Najee Harris, but they were picking too high. So now they go get Javonte Williams, who probably is going to be their RB1. He's probably going to overtake Melvin Gordon because Melvin Gordon's really not that good. And Javonte Williams is a younger, probably better version of Melvin Gordon. His contact balance is just absurd. I don't love it because they don't really throw to the running back. This isn't a great fantasy spot, but man, we're going to toss on his highlight tape so you guys can watch him just be a bowling ball. He breaks like every tackle. Like I don't, it's very hard to wrap him up. Adam, talk to me about this fit. Are you drafting him like in fantasy leagues now? Are you going to draft him ahead of like ETN?
I think so too. I'm not so all in on Melvin Gordon in that offense to begin with.
I love him. Sorry. Just watching the highlight. Oh, God, look at him bounce off all the tackles. It's so fun.
It's kind of like my point. Like, he's a physical running back. I'm going to draft him higher than obviously ETN. ETN, I think, is going to be competing for snaps with James Robinson. I think Williams is going to go in day one and beat running back one over Melvin Gordon. If Melvin Gordon even can last a year.
Yeah.
But
Man.
I like Williams. I think he's going to be a great fit. I think the physicality behind him, he's going to be involved on every snap. If it's blocking or he's actually involved in the run, I think home run, pick for him.
Doesn't he just feel like a Broncos running back?
He does.
He kind of does. He's probably going to beat out Gordon, honestly, by the end of this. But Gordon's on a semi-cheaper. This is last year of his contract. It does make sense to me. It's just weird that the Falcons traded out of a pick for the running back of the next decade to give it to another team. So they must have faith in a guy like Trey Sermon or Kenny Gainwell. I love Michael Carter too, but with Mike Davis in hand, it doesn't seem like the pick for them.
You just don't think they're just going to roll with Mike Davis as the future?
I think they could, but I think you have to bring in someone else because the rest of the backs that they've had have been pretty inept at best.
Ito Smith. Is he still even there? He's got
it,
right?
All I know
is Olison is still. I don't know.
Quadri.
They just love Jags, man. They just love.
They do.
Whatever. Just grab some guy late and have him not work out.
I don't know, man.
Right.
Ito can go to the bench, and let's get somebody else in there. Dolphins pick in, though.
Yeah, that was
I hate you, Christian, because you kind of
What? Why do you hate me?
I don't want to spoil.
Because I'm behind. I can't restart it either. Like
I know, but
there's nothing I can do about this.
You're like a whole
You guys can spoil it for me. It's okay. It's okay.
Just turn on Schefter tweets.
Javon Holland. That's
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah, that's why I said I hate you, because you a lot of times wanted them to pick Morig at 18. I believe in our Mega Mock, you had them in the second round go safety, and I was like, it's not like the hugest need, like go somewhere else. They've already drafted for need, except O-line, and he does play slot and safety, so it does make sense if they truly think they need an upgrade at safety here.
Man, it's a solid replacement for Minka. It's a couple years late, but he does kind of the same things, like
the C grade version. I think that's
yeah.
But that's more how good Minka is though than how bad. Like Holland's good. It's just Minka's just incredible.
Yeah, and I regret to inform everyone that we don't have a graphic made for Javon Holland, nor do we have a highlight tape. So you just have to look at our faces now. Kevin, do you like what the Dolphins have done so far?
Yeah, I think they've done okay. I mean, they got Waddle, which I loved. I think they needed to do what they did. I'm just happy my Myles Gaskin shares are still alive, guys. Like I'm just sitting here quietly, like he's hanging on tough.
I've been trying to preach to people. I truly don't think they value the position this highly.
Yeah.
I think they've had success with middle of the road guys like Gaskin and other what's the running back?
Ahmed.
Yeah,
Savon Ahmed.
Yeah, he had a great couple game stretch there as well. I think they can get it away with pretty much anyone that has some good talent in whatever offense they choose to run, I guess, this year. But I just don't think they're going to take one day one or day two ever.
I saw that today. Someone was arguing with me about it because I said the only guy that hurts Gaskin is Javonte Williams. After that, it's kind of a tear break. Like it doesn't really hurt his value too much to me. And someone said something about that. And I said, well, the Miami Dolphins are actually smart now. So they're not going to waste draft capital on a running back like that. If they feel like they have a serviceable guy, I don't see it really hurting his value too much. But these running back spots are kind of disgusting. This is interesting.
Yeah. Honestly, I think, Najee clearly has the best landing spot because it seems like the Steelers have, kind of just said everyone else can be our spare backs at this point. And then it would have to be Javonte, clearly, because his competition is worse, I'd say, just at this point in the careers. Melvin Gordon was okay last year. Nothing fantastic. I think James Robinson was probably better. So,
Christian, I think that I sent you a tweet a couple days ago, and we were talking about running backs, and I said something to the effect of everybody's all excited about to see where Najee and Etienne and Javonte Williams land, and what's going to happen is they're going to be stuck in timeshares with James Robinson and Melvin Gordon. I said it exactly in the tweet.
Yep, I actually just saw it because I went back to give Jacob his credit for saying that ETN was going to be a first-round pick. And to my dismay, because now I was arguing with Jacob last night at 2:30 in the morning about James Robinson versus Travis Etienne. We talked about it a little bit.
No way, Christian.
No way. Yeah, it was pretty friendly. Jacob's definitely very adamant that James Robinson is nothing now, which I don't get behind that. I mean, he ran for 1,000 yards and he looked very, very good doing it. And Urban's already come out and said James Robinson is our guy. Like, he pretty much said he's our first and second down guy. I don't think that's going to be true the whole time. And I think it's going to be like Kamara and Mark Ingram, but he thinks that it's going to be like Dalvin Cook. And I don't think that's going to be the case.
I think he actually thinks it's going to be more like Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay last year, because that's more of the situation where the undrafted guy that did show out got his spot taken. But obviously Philip Lindsay had some injury concerns that pretty much took away his chances. Hopefully that doesn't happen for Robinson, but
I'm just really curious what the scheme is going to be in Jacksonville, because the stuff we saw in Florida, if he were to use ETN kind of as NFL level Percy Harvin, and he's got both backs on the field at the same time, I think that's a possibility. And the other thing too is I'm not convinced that Carlos Hyde is just not going to be a pain in everybody's butt, like sneaking in there and siphoning off 30 yards a game, and everybody's going to be so annoyed that Carlos Hyde is going to come in and he's going to get his touchdown and his 30 yards, and everybody's going to be so frustrated.
Yeah,
it's not going to be fun. I know that.
Speaking of not going to be fun, Adam, Eagles pick is in. What do you think?
I already saw it.
Okay.
And you don't look angry, which is a surprise.
Adam's
an Eagles fan? I got to get out of here.
It's a Wusa Korma.
He's a sad Eagles fan, though, usually.
But
apparently today and yesterday has been pretty good.
No, it's going to be – it's not a pick it's not a person you think, but –
so it's Spencer Brown.
I will know in a second, where everyone else will know in another 2 minutes. Apparently,
Can we all agree that chair is creepy as hell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are they sanitizing that? Because it's like they're wiping it down between every person.
No, they probably have that spray gun thing that we had at my work, where you just like walk by, just spray the crap out of everything, and it just like self dries. It's great.
Mike Golick from Notre Dame.
Mike Golick.
I get the semi-excitement, Adam. I like it.
I need to get on the Mike Golick diet plan.
I'm right. Golick.
All right.
Okay. Well, right after the Bengals traded to the Patriots, just so you guys know.
Landon Dickerson. Wow. Okay. I think we do have a graphic for Landon Dickerson.
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, we do.
Lifts and weights.
No, we don't. Did I not make one?
I
didn't make one. I think I deleted it on accident.
You silly bitch.
I did. Yeah, I am.
Children, Randy. It's only 7:30. There might be children.
Think about the children. Landon Dickerson. This is something that you and I argued a bit about, Randy, where I thought Creed Humphrey would be the first center off the board with all the arguments over, or the reports that Landon Dickerson's medicals were not coming back very well. But on film alone, this makes sense. He is a freaking dude. He's seen comps to Quentin Nelson because he's just such a massive dude that can eat up so many. Like, he can take on two defensive linemen at once sometimes. Like, he'll just shove one off of their balance and then get to the next guy very, very quickly. Randy, resident offensive lineman, what do you think?
I love Landon Dickerson, man. He was my best interior offensive lineman, film grade. Obviously, with the injury concerns, you had to drop the grade slightly, but I don't see how he can't start day one. He's probably going to be their left guard, I would assume, with Kelsey Sawyer and Brandon Brooks at right guard. So I think it's a good plug-and-play at guard. There was concerns with him and Creed, honestly. They're kind of big centers, so there's concerns that they would need to play guard, especially early. I think this is a good fit for him. Like I said, they're going to have their their all-pro center, even in his last leg, stay at center and probably teach this kid how to be the perfect center for the Eagles for the next decade or 12 years or whatever. So it's a great pick.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I think that's, we've been talking a lot of fantasy today. I think this helps Miles Sanders a ton.
Thank God.
I also think it helps Jalen Hurts a ton, which he's safe for now. He's safe for now. We'll see if they pick up Kellen Mond later. Like I think they will at pick 70.
Maybe, but the Patriots pick is in right now. They traded up for what I assume to be a defensive stud, a blue chip prospect. I have it on the screen, so I'm trying not to give it away, but also give it away at the same time.
So it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is what you're telling me.
No, pretty close though.
This is a great pick by the Patriots.
This is
why the Patriots win championships, right?
Yeah,
here.
this is
Exactly.
This is a Patriots pick all the way.
Christian Barmore. Okay. I got there.
Christian
I eventually
Barmore. Yay.
got there. Yeah, he's a good player. Let's toss on, I think we have highlights for him. Where the hell are they? There they are. He does good things. Very fun player to watch. He is my 8th ranked player in this entire draft, and he somehow fell to the second round. I think the inconsistencies that he showed on tape earlier in the year is something that teams held on to. But I mean, just look at him. He's a freaking beast of a man. He's very, very big. I said, he wasn't as refined as Quinnen Williams, but there's not a ton of difference between Christian Barmore and Quinnen Williams as prospects to me. Randy, do you think I'm crazy?
I think slightly crazy because I think he was a little bit more refined, like you just kind of stated, but that's where we're at here. I mean, he's got so much room to develop. He's going to, let's be honest, one of the best defensive minds we've ever seen in the NFL, and Bill Belichick, and maybe his son. We don't know about that, but I think he's going to end up being an all-pro, next Richard Seymour for them, next Vince Wilfork, but not a nose tag. He is going to be a name you associate with the Patriots forever, probably. That's how good I think the kid is. That's how good I think he fits. They've put a lot of money into this team. They put a lot of capital now, and he is going to be ridiculous for them.
Yeah, he knows how to generate power, that's for sure. Jeff, as a Bills fan, how sad are you?
I'm sad. That's the guy I wanted at the end of the first round. He was sitting there, kind of playing that Quentin Jefferson role that they had last year and kind of grow. Maybe, I don't know. He's not a run stuffer like Star Lutulele, but just be in that rotation. I was hoping to go there versus Rousseau. And now he's at the Patriots. And I have lived this reality for the last 20 years of my life where the guy that I kind of wanted doesn't go to the Bills and somehow goes to the Patriots, and I'm just used to it. But
just 20.
We are still on top of the division, so I'm
are, and very deservedly so last year. So I think it's going to be a real battle this year. Yeah, and I'm excited to watch it.
Zach Wilson won't be part of that battle, I don't think.
He will not. I think they'll probably win 2 divisional games just because that's how it goes. But
yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. The Bears traded up to this pick, right?
Yeah.
Did they? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was the Panthers.
Yeah. So
Jesus. So they traded up twice now.
Wow.
They sure did.
And they have gotten 2 gods.
Well, all right. If you guys could maybe hold your horses.
Did anyone say who it was?
No, but let's see. Tevin Jenkins. Hell yes. Tevin Jenkins. So now they've got their QB1 in Justin Fields, and they have their probably starting right tackle from day one in Tevin Jenkins. This is a guy that I love a little more than we even do in our consensus draft guide, because I love the big mauling types of dudes. Now, I think the comp to Mekhi Becton made some sense. He obviously plays on the other side. But the reason for that comp is he struggles a little bit in pass protection, but he's definitely a mauling right tackle that's going to get to the second level very, very quickly, and he's going to beat the shit out of people.
Children, Christian.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I love this. You guys seem to love this as well, right?
Yeah, it's very much. It's a guy I was hoping awkwardly the Raiders would pick at 17. I think he's a plug and play starting right tackle. I do really like him. I had Darisaw just a little bit over him. I think he was tied with Cosme too, because of the versatility it caused me. But Tevin Jenkins, like you said, is a mauler that's going to continue to help Justin Fields for sure, but also David Montgomery. I mean, let's be real. They had struggled with run blocking last year a lot of times, in my opinion. Now they get a little bit better. And maybe that was because of the quarterback at times. They won't have that issue anymore.
Yeah, man, that's an exciting pick to me. We've seen it now twice, where the Jets took their quarterback of the future and an offensive lineman to help protect him, and now we see the Bears do the same thing. We didn't see the Patriots do it, but they don't really need offensive line help.
They just need depth. We're just waiting on the Bengals and Dolphins to do it smartly, and apparently it won't happen.
Yeah, Bengals never will. All right, so now the Falcons are on the clock. Falcons are on the clock. We'll see if they go with the running back here or if they start addressing some of their defensive needs. I know in our Mega Mock, Adam, you gave them Pat Surtain. Do you still feel like corner could be on the board here for them?
I don't think corner right here. I think it's going to be too much of a reach, even with Samuel being there. I think they have to address the defense at some point. I know their defense wasn't horrible, but also wasn't great. Your offense is now going to be elite. If you want to invest in Matt Ryan and make one more run at a Super Bowl, you need an elite defense. I think you have to address the defense here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't rule out Kyle Trask.
I would rule out Kyle Trask.
Oh, man.
I would love to. I'm just saying the Kyle Pitts connection for the future.
Somehow I knew the pick 5 minutes ago. So
yeah, I know. I saw the pick on Twitter.
Okay.
Well, it's not Kyle Trask.
Damn it!
All right.
I mean, that's not.
I didn't.
Great in a Falcon.
Yeah, I didn't either. So
I did not, but I also had it on my phone. So fair.
So edge rusher here is Azeez Ojulari. That's my
that would be interesting. That'd be a good call.
Yeah.
I hate whatever that was. You know what? That could be interesting. Yeah.
It would be. I mean,
okay.
Is it not Azeez?
No, it is not Azeez. It's not Azeez.
Falcons need defense.
Just think about what my job title is for you, Christian, and you'll probably realize the pick.
Kenny Gainwell?
That's all right.
Is that Richie Grant? Okay, thank you, Randy. I still haven't seen it on my freaking screen. It's fine. You guys can spoil it. It's fine.
Got you, boys. Got you.
Wow. So, what's going on with Trayvon Merrick?
I don't know.
Oh God, Cowboys, baby.
Shit, the Cowboys are. Dude, Detroit's gonna somehow snipe him, and I'm gonna love it. But
I never log off.
No, that's gonna be perfect for the Cowboys. That'll kind of make up for the Parsons pick, honestly.
No,
in my eyes, at least. But again, I'm not a fan, so it's I guess it doesn't matter what I think necessarily. Richie Grant is a good fit, probably just a solid replacement of what Keanu Neal gave them the 5 games a year he played, and that's true. He's really good second safety off the board for me. He's the first here, which is surprising, but this isn't surprising for the range that we thought.
Don't forget Holland, though. So now,
so he's the third. Yeah, Holland. I forgot.
So Merrick's going to be the. You would assume that Merrick's
third or
the
fourth safety off the board, third or fourth. Let's give ourselves some wiggle room now. But yeah, the strengths and zone coverage and just great range in the back end. But he can come up and play. Honestly, I think he can pretty much do everything, but he does need to improve man. And I would have loved him to be paired with Abram or another safety of that caliber that just has to play downhill all the time to be effective. And you have to have a guy like Grant to kind of make up for the deficiencies in that kind of play style. But this is a good pick for the Falcons.
Yeah, this is I know Ben Solak from the Draft Network pretty much hates Richie Grant for some reason. He had him outside his top 5 safeties. But we here at the Cut, we love Richie Grant. He's our safety 2 in our draft guide. He was unanimously our safety 2 as well. There's definitely a tier break, but our safety 1 is still on the board. So, I'm hoping for Kevin's sake that they do get Merrick just because they need secondary help for sure. It's a good pick for them. Corner's a good pick too, obviously. If they go secondary here, I think, or the Cowboys when they're on the board, obviously, I think they win
this round a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But Lions up with Penei Sewell in pocket.
Did he
Obviously,
go to
team
Marshall?
could. I mean,
I already know this one too.
Damn it.
Jeff, the fuck,
Get
bro?
off Twitter.
Jeff, you're hurt. You're
It's
hurting
not
me
on
right now,
Twitter.
okay? I just,
It's not it's
you're just
sleeper
sleeping.
center now.
No, I have the PFF like mock draft simulator up, and I keep hitting it refresh, and somehow they keep popping it in way before.
Interesting. Well, that's pretty crazy. Good for them. Good for them.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right. So Jeff excluded. Sorry, Jeff. The Lions, the pick is in. They went out. They got Jared Goff. They got his blindside protection in the draft with Penei Sewell, but their offensive weaponry is dog shit. So, right now they have T.J. Hawkinson. They have what?
That's it.
Swift,
Brashad
Yeah.
Perriman, DeAndre Swift, Jamal Williams,
Tyrell Williams.
Cephas running that 4.7.
Yeah.
Quintez Cephas, fast as fuck, boy.
Okay, so we think receiver then? I mean, is that the
It's
hill we're
gotta
dying
be.
on for them?
It's got to be. And if it's not, or, running
So,
back? No, he can't take a running back.
Which receiver you think? Marshall, is that what we're kind of going? I think Rondale would make sense. He's not necessarily
Rondale
the
Moore.
alpha. He's not really an alpha, but he does different things than what they have on the team.
Yeah, Kevin, what do you think? What do you think here?
I like Marshall. Well, the injury kind of hurts me a little bit because I knew that he had some stuff. I love Marshall. He was my wide receiver 3 before the injury stuff happened. I think he fits a mold in the NFL. I think he's athletic, and I think he would be the wide receiver 1. So as fantasy perspective, I love it going to the Lions, even though Goff is throwing to him, which, yeah. But Rondale, I think he has that. Do you think he'd be very good there, though, if he's the main guy?
Yeah, because I think there'd be a ton of schemed up touches for him. I think he could kind of thrive with that early in his career while he figures out more of a route tree than he had to figure out in college. I mean, he caught the ball 80% of the time or something at the line or behind it. I mean, and then he just Saquoned his way through everyone on the field. So
he's forever in my heart because he destroyed Ohio State. So it's fair. He killed it. He absolutely killed it that day.
He was the sole reason that Ohio State was upset that day, right? Like
pretty much.
Jeff, would you concur?
Their god awful defensive scheme and Greg Schiano was the sole reason why they were beat that day, and the inability to score touchdowns in the red zone were why they were beat that day.
I figured
the reason why they were beat that day was Nick Bosa quitting, like right before the game was why they were beat that day.
I forgot about that.
Someone just thought about this answer.
Interesting pick.
Jeff knows. All right, so is this a Wusu Koromoa since we talked about wide receivers for the whole time?
It is not.
It's not, but it's
all right.
It's up on the screen. Yeah.
Levi and Wuzurike.
I don't know who it is, but
interesting. Goff's gonna throw nobody out there.
Maybe that's their plan. We're just gonna bite kneecaps and put 8 offensive linemen on the field.
Love Swift, baby.
Just run Swift right in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume they run like 60% of the time, right?
What's the most carries of the season?
Jamal Williams. So do you think that Jamal Williams or James Robinson are going to score more fantasy points this year?
Oh, shit.
James Robinson.
James Robinson. I'd still go to him, but it's
Isn't
close.
it a thought? You're thinking about it.
Detroit ran out 3 running backs last year, so.
Yeah, but I'm just throwing out everything that happened in Detroit last year and then realizing that it was probably better than it will be this year and just tempering all expectations, except for DeAndre Swift, who I think is going to be a stud there. We need to have a conversation about Jared Goff, though. Unfortunately. So what they've done here is they've went out and they got who they believe is going to be their franchise guy, right? They believe in Jared Goff. There's ties to Jared Goff. And then they've done absolutely nothing to set him up for success. So do they really believe in Jared Goff, or are they going to see if they believe in Jared Goff by giving him just absolutely nothing to throw to?
Hey, they drafted Sewell.
You're going to throw to Sewell?
Hey, at this
I wouldn't
point,
be shocked if he could do it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, he can't succeed right now unless they come back up and get one of these top receivers because there's no one else out there. and you can't really rely on Rashad Perriman all year, can you? That's what the
But
Jets just did.
Their depth is so bad that they could be grabbing guys in rounds 3 and 4 that are going to be on the field for them. And there's decent wide receivers in this draft that might still be there. But
Yeah,
That's true. It's a
but
deep
The Dolphins are killing it, guys.
yeah, they are. Dolphins traded backup. Christian, are you able to see it yet?
I'm not, but if you guys want to spoil it, that's okay. Oh wait,
all right,
Yeah,
I got to
Liam
hop out,
Eichenberg.
guys. I'm sure
All
I'll be
right.
back, but I got to make some rounds.
Okay,
all right, sounds good. See you, Jeff. Thanks for
sounds
joining.
good.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right, but continuing, like Kevin said, Dolphins are killing it. Liam Eichenberg, a guy plug-and-play tackle, a lot of people thought would be drafted in the first, goes here. They traded up to get him, make sure they got their guy of the future. They needed tackle bad. They needed one.
Now, do we think that he's going to shift to right tackle and protect Tua's blind side?
It's either him or I think they'll
Austin
literally figure it out
Jackson.
between him and Jackson, honestly. I don't think right now I could say either way, unfortunately.
Let's get to it, though.
Eichenberg, the thing that I disliked, other than his lack of mobility, is his feet are pretty slow too. He's got some heavy feet at times. So, man, how much different is Eichenberg than the film that Robert Hunt put out there last year?
He'll be better, because, I mean, Hunt is a guard, and that's what they're shifting him back to. I think that's just clear at this point. But like I said yesterday, there's a lot of rumors they're going to a wide zone scheme now, and that's why I think this probably should have been Cosme instead of Eichenberg, just for that reason, for the more athletic guy. But Eichenberg definitely has a higher floor right now. He's close to a ceiling, I would say, but he's easy plug and play. I think they're just trying to get a really good day one line and truly figure out if Tua is the guy.
Yeah. Man.
I swear to God, if the Raiders take Morig here, I'm going to lose my mind.
Pretty please, sir.
I didn't realize how close it was.
I forgot that they're just sitting.
They're
I
taking
didn't think it
Amari
would be
Rodgers.
possible. They got to take.
Dude, don't crush my spirit here.
Clemson. They're going Clemson or Alabama. They can't go
no,
TCU.
that's only the first pick. Damn it.
That's true.
You think
After
they take
that-
Aziz? You think they could take Aziz or no?
I don't think they spent a
Not
lot
big of
of money on D line. I really think they avoid that. If you told me they went for a coverage linebacker or more a speed guy like Baron Browning, I think that would make sense. If they got any corner, that makes sense. Owusu Koromoa makes sense. Mo Rig makes amazing sense.
Why is Owusu Koromoa on the board?
Why is Mo Rig on the board?
Very true. I mean,
Why is Kyle Trask on the board?
Trash.
Kyle Trash, or Trask, ass in the middle.
Why are you trying so hard?
Uh,
Just say he sucks dick and move on. God.
the Raiders could also roll with a receiver here.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say Kyle Trask, and I was like,
No.
"You son of a bitch."
No,
I really think they went heavy receiver last year, and they won't do it again. Just because,
I said, hold my beer as you said that.
Right? But they literally he couldn't get on the field. Is my perspective of that. They love what they have in Renfro as their slot guy. They love obviously Waller. I think they have high expectations for Brown coming over to be just a pure outside speed guy on the other side of Ruggs, so they can't just filter that side on the speed side. So we'll see. Yeah. And obviously, we didn't see anything from Brian Edwards last year. COVID and injuries, I think, had a big part of that. And just not being able to work with Carr with a limited offseason. So Carr is definitely a guy that he has to trust you to throw you the ball. And I think that has limited him in the past, but I mean, it clearly hasn't limited him when throwing to third and Renfro and Waller. So
third and Renfro. Randy and I play each other. Do you, Adam or Kevin, do either of you play MLB The Show at all?
I used to before I had kids, Christian.
Yeah, I figured you were out. It's too bad. Adam, do you play?
I have not gotten it yet.
Oh, you should. So the reason I brought this up is because obviously there's the Hunter Renfro in baseball as well, and Randy just annihilates me with Hunter Renfro. He moves him into the third spot, so he's third in Renfro, just like Hunter Renfro on the Raiders, and it's just not fun.
Smarts.
Yeah. All right.
Chess.
Exactly,
Yeah,
bro. Exactly.
He really is. All right. So looking past this pick, the Raiders pick, Kevin.
You can.
Oh, did it already go?
It's about to.
Oh shit. All right. Well, then I'll wait. Oh no. Oh no. Is it who I think it is? It surely is.
Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
All right. I think he knows.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. So
I'm sorry, but I'm so happy.
all right. So this is a perfect fit for the Raiders. We talked about how Merrick is a good scheme fit. Well, we talked about how Richie Grant would have been a good scheme fit for playing opposite of Jonathan Abram. Merrick does a lot of the same things. So he is really, really good in coverage. He can play man or zone. You see this highlight, like dude's got pretty good hands. He's got kind of receiver hands at times. He can stick to tight ends. And so he's definitely going to help that secondary where Jonathan Abram was getting just kind of obliterated if they put him deep in coverage. I think, what game did we see that in where it was a major
Chiefs.
problem? Yeah.
Chiefs.
Yes.
He would mix between blowing up plays and stopping Kelsey and then being absolutely made to look stupid by Kelsey. It was a pure mix, 50-50. So this definitely helps out. And you can see from highlight packages, Morig is definitely not afraid to come up and stick his nose on the football as well. So he's a complete safety. This safety duo is going to be insane together as long as Abram can sit in the field. I have no idea what the fuck the Cowboys are going to pick now. Corner? It has to be corner, right?
You'd hope. Kevin, what do you think this is going to be? You think it's Asante Samuel Jr.?
The problem with Asante is like Cowboys like bigger corners, so he doesn't really fit their mold. I'm pretty depressed. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think he'd actually be there, so now I'm even more depressed. I think we could take. I could see them taking Aziz. To be honest, if they need that pass rusher, just might as well just go on the line.
Yeah, but I like you said, I think that's why they went with Parsons. So maybe like Jalen Smith didn't have to do that as much, the edge rush on the side. But I definitely see it. It's just
I think they're kind of screwed themselves, to be honest. Well, we'll see. Let's see what they got here. I can't wait to be disappointed again. This could have worked out so much better for them. Like they could have done such a better job.
Yeah, they could have traded up. Multiple teams did there,
and we had extra capital.
Yeah, from trading back with the Eagles.
Jerry's probably asleep
on his yacht, right?
It's very dressed. With his satellite internet, he just somehow getting it done.
All
right, Drew Pearson. You're pretty old, man.
God, damn, he's getting excited up there. Jesus,
he's getting excited. That's for sure. I can hear him in the background.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't think he was gonna be yelling this long.
Yeah, it's not. He's straight screaming. Like it's not even
realize how yard.
We haven't heard one pick, and then he's just.
Hey, you gotta live it up, all right? What do you think he's doing out here?
I don't know, man. I hope he has as much fun as McAfee had a couple years ago. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah,
Bakers when the draft was in Dallas.
Oh,
yeah, screw that guy.
What are you talking about?
That shit was funny though. It was. It's rude, but it's.
I hate the Eagles.
He's still going. I still don't know who the pick is.
Yeah, I still don't know who the pick is.
I feel like they just picked a
Randy
random woman to sit on the couch.
Too. I know.
He had that dumb grin on Randy's face sometimes. That one.
It's how rude.
That grin.
You got some dumb grins sometimes.
That's
sorry.
The same grin you gave the angry participant that tried to kill all of us.
I don't hate the pick.
I don't hate it either.
Still don't know. Right. But
well, we don't have a graphic, so I can't help you.
He fits their need.
Yeah, Kelvin Joseph. This is a guy that Randy pushed for me to watch for a very long time. He was one of my last players that I evaluated here in this process. But then when we were trying to figure out comps for him. And when we ran so we pulled our comps by taking athletic factors into effect. So essentially, like, if you were this type of athlete and this type of player, how would you compare? And obviously, it's a ceiling comp, but he comped really well to Darius Slay, and so that's kind of what you're looking at. You see Darius Slay opposite you for Adam's team and the Eagles. I think now you've got your hopefully your CB1, because it's not going to be who the hell is it? Trayvon Diggs. So
I think in this situation it's probably Diggs, at least early in the careers. But they
It's
just
not a terrible 2 picks. Like if Mika, if Parson hits the ceiling and Joseph is a QB1, it's not terrible. It's just not what I would have wanted. Like
they cut back to fucking Jerry just shit-eating grin in his office with everyone. I just couldn't stop laughing. Jags with a quick pick. They ain't ready. Let's go.
Man, I forgot the Jaguars had so many picks here in the top 50.
I'm really worried Brevin Jordan's not going to get drafted today. And if he doesn't get drafted
Adam,
I'm a little worried about him.
What a great call, Adam. You're going to see in a second. But Adam with the mega mock, Adam with the great pick. He mocked this guy this early. I said it was probably around early. And it's Walker fucking Little.
Damn. That's insane.
45 to Jacksonville. Honestly, when he played, we have limited tape, unfortunately. When he played like probably a first-round tackle. So if he got clear medicals back, obviously he opted out, so he didn't get a chance to see him. But if you just have to look at that tape, which you pretty much have to, and you got to see him work out slightly, and you liked what you saw, this is a good upside pick.
Did he had to have grown since he last played, right? They said he's listed at 6'7". I mean, he was 18 the last time he played, right? He was a freshman.
He was like 6'5", 6'6" then.
He was measured bigger than his last game at Stanford that he actually played. So obviously including all the injuries. But from the last time we've seen him till today, he had from his pro day, he did say he got bigger height and weight.
I would hope
that's good.
But.
Adam, so you got the opportunity to ask him a question for All About the Birds. What did you ask him?
So it was an Eagles obviously related question, but it was kind of focused on the success the Eagles line has had in the last few years. And if you were to get drafted and you have an opportunity to play alongside, Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, some veterans, same thing that Landon Dickerson's going to walk into. And he kind of was just talking about, there's a lot of great linemen in this league. And he mentioned those two guys. If he has an opportunity to play alongside or against some tough players, he's going to take it as an opportunity to grow and learn. And then you can't really bash the guy for a comment like that. It's especially for a rookie. You're going to week 1 versus week 10. You're going to be a different player, especially in your rookie season. So he's going to a young team. He's going to a new head coach, an Urban Meyer, a respected coach. I think he's a guy that's going to learn a lot. Obviously, Stanford grad, he's going to be a smart person.
Yeah.
So I think I like the pick. Obviously, I mocked them in the mega mock draft, so I had a little bit of a common sense, but
man, we did.
His copy was.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
as soon as I made the pick in the group chat, Randy started questioning me. He's like, "What website are you using? What rank?"
It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. It was not that one.
Oh,
at least it was one.
Walker Little definitely started the head scratch.
Maybe, but and I said to you then, I love Walker Little. It's just I thought the league would be a little bit more cautious with him, probably 3rd, 4th round. But
Walker Little, no matter what, that was written on the.
You know what? It's fair, man. I'm not sure if he starts year 1. That's the only slight concern I have. Obviously, their tackles aren't godsends or anything, but they could easily just keep the job for 1 year. But don't be shocked if he's starting. I mean,
I think it's also Jacksonville. You're in a rebuild.
Exactly.
For a little bit to get fully healthy or just get adjusted to the NFL. I don't see it as a bad thing. I would need to rush him with injuries and just inexperience, especially on a rebuild. It's not like he's going to the Bucks or Chiefs who are win now. He's on a rebuild of a team.
All All right, so
Back-
I have
Was my thing so bad, or is that Randy?
No.
Randy's seen the
Back
pick.
to back reaches, in my opinion.
Who's
Kyle
this one?
Trask, baby, the hair to Joe.
No.
God.
Jesus. We talked about him actually yesterday,
Oh, that's weird.
Christian. Jackson Carman to the Bengals.
Oh
That's-
no!
We talked about who the next Clemson guy would be off the board. We thought it would either be him or Rogers, right? I think that's what we went with.
Amari
And
Rogers.
We thought Rogers probably. I thought this was a third round at best guy, and Carman. I still think that. I think this is a reach. I feel bad for Joe Burrow.
Here's the thing, though. Jackson Carman is not coming in to play left tackle. He can't. He's not quick enough to face NFL edge rushers. I had a conversation with Thor Nystrom from NBC Sports Edge, I believe, is where he works. He might. I don't know. We talked about this. It sounds right. We talked about how there's a lot of people evaluating him as a guard, and I told him I haven't done that, so I don't know where I would rank him in terms of my interior offensive lineman. So if he comes in, now you're looking at, well, he is coming in, unfortunately for them. You're looking at what? Who's their left tackle that we always talk about that I love? Jonah Williams, Jackson Carman, bad Hakeem Adeniji. Oh no, Riley Reif, Hakeem Adeniji at right guard. So now they really just need a center. Is kind of what
Most
I
likely.
think.
Also, I did not realize that the Raiders traded up to get Morik, by the way. So they traded
you
right
did.
in front of the Cowboys just to be rude.
Thanks, Randy. I didn't see that. I appreciate you bringing that back up again.
Just wanted to make it
Thanks, Randy.
I just wanted you to know that the Cowboys would have picked it, and that's kind of what it was. There. That's
If that makes you feel better.
It
No, they
does.
got they got a good pick though.
They
I
got,
do love-
We
I
didn't
love
reach.
Joseph.
If we
No,
would have took
no,
like Asante, I'd have been like, shit. But I think Joseph fits a need. I will say the Bengals, they traded back and did that thing. I don't know. They lost out some tackles, though. So, I don't know.
I don't love the pick. I mean,
Me neither.
I would have went a little bit different. I think if you wanted to take a tackle that most likely will play guard, I would have went with like Radens instead,
Yes.
or
exactly.
maybe Mayfield, not him, not Carmen. But
I can't believe
Who knows?
JOK is still on the board, guys.
yeah, it's crazy.
I don't
And
understand what's
he
happening.
could go here to the Chargers. It's not like the biggest need, but we know that they want to have some kind of pairing at the safety level. They drafted linebacker early last year. It doesn't mean they can't do it again this year. So
It's very true. All right. So now on the clock, the Chargers. I think they're going to go wide receiver here. Is what I think. I think a guy like Ronnie Perkins makes sense as an edge rusher. Joseph Osai, we mocked, I believe, in the mega mock. That
yeah, I
sounds right.
believe so. I think I did that. Osai Ojulari is still here. I
Baron
think
Browning actually makes some sense to them too.
Yeah, I think Owusu Koromoa makes more sense than Browning, only because of the versatility to slide at safety at some points. But he wouldn't be a bad pick by any means for them. But this could be Pat Freiermuth, Brevin Jordan as well. They have who is their tight end right now? Jared Cook. So getting a guy of the future makes perfect sense. Keep that pairing going along. It did look like Herbert and Henry had a good connection down the stretch there. So let's see if we can keep that going with the new guy, maybe.
Yeah.
I like Freiermuth going here. Again, Hunter Henry, he's gone. Jared Cook definitely isn't the long-term future of the franchise. Just get Herbert some more weapons. It's kind of a situation. It's like you didn't think Freiermuth was going to be available here at 47. You have an opportunity to take a guy that I thought was going round one talent. You have an opportunity to stay put at 47 and still get a pretty good player. So
yeah, he's going here pretty soon. If he doesn't go here to 47, Arizona's on the clock at 49. We know they want to get an upgrade at the tight end position. I'm not sure they truly value it, but they clearly want the upgrade.
Kingsbury's an offense first guy, and he's going to be the best offensive player on the board.
He is, and they need a corner as well, obviously, but the Chargers are a way more interesting pick, I think. They have plenty of ways they can go. I just don't quite know where it is.
So here's the thing with the Chargers too. So they drafted Rashawn Slater, obviously in the first round. That doesn't mean that they're done with their offensive line. They did pour a little bit of money into it. They signed Corey Linsley from the Packers. They signed a guard, and I don't remember who he is off the top of my head. But I don't think that they really have. I think they have Bulaga at right tackle, who played subpar last year. So they still have a need. I don't think it's going to be this pick. Granted, I'm behind, and I could be just saying things that aren't true, but I think they will address the offensive line a little bit more. However, the pick is Asante Samuel Jr., which makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Man, I thought, yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a highlight tape for him. Yeah. I think I planned to make one and then just didn't. So, Samuel Jr., he's a good player though. He's very sticky. His technique is by far, like, I would say, even better than some of the top guys personally. His click and close, very, very good. The only thing that's wrong with him is his size. I mean, he's a small little dude. Now, Kevin, you mentioned that he didn't really fit the Cowboys mold because of that size. Do you think it's going to limit what he can do at the next level?
Maybe his length, right? I think maybe but he plays pretty big when you watch him. I think he's got the strength to kind of go against those bigger guys, and he's a pretty good run defender. I like him. I think he's good. I just think with the Cowboys, they always try to go 6 foot. It's they got like this 6 foot thing that they every time they talk about it. It's like Cowboys cornerback 6 foot. But I still think he's got a kid that can make plays. I love him, and he had a pretty good pro day. So I could see him doing well. I think the Chargers are doing well this draft too. I think they're filling needs all around that team.
Yeah. That's something I always value when it comes to draft grades is how if you really just completed your roster. They're doing a good job with that. They have Chris Harris Jr. as obviously their like top corner. Michael Davis they brought back. They think he can be a solid starting corner for them, and now they get their third piece of that puzzle. Probably need to get some depth there. Maybe get some depth at safety. I don't know if they truly like Nasir Adderley as much. I think they could grow in that position, but this is a good start. They still probably need edge. They still probably need tight end. I mean, but they're killing it so far. Most of these teams are. I can't I think obviously we have to kind of say the Giants aren't doing a great job yet. See what they do with this pick coming up. Cardinals probably the same because they did the same thing. Didn't really draft position of need, just a player they loved.
So that was the 7th corner taken in the first 47 picks. So 15% of all picks have been cornerbacks so far. So that's pretty insane.
I told you this. But I mean, 2-rod mock, you're like, you had 8 or 9 corners gone in 2 days. I was like, yeah, fuck you. That's right. That's exactly what's going to happen.
And probably more at this rate. I mean, honestly,
still on the board. A F2 fits perfectly with the 49ers, in my opinion. So
yeah. And depending on how you classify Javon Holland as well, I mean, you could call him just a slot corner. I think you might see Elijah Molden come off the board here today. I know NFL teams love him. I don't. I think he should be back of round 3, maybe. But we'll see.
Who's your guys' most surprising guy still on the board? Is it Aziz or is it JOK?
JOK for me.
Same. Yeah. I think he graded out for me as a top 30 player. So I think he was 28. Is what I tweeted out. So
this would be off the field stuff, or what do you think it is?
I have no idea. I really don't at this point.
Well, and really quickly, you've got a guy in Owusu Koromoa who we've talked about it. His hit power makes you think that he's a good tackler, when in reality, he struggled to wrap up because he would always go for the big hit. And while that's flashy, and he does it properly, it's not like he's putting himself at risk. However, if you have a linebacker safety that can't be a linebacker safety because he can't wrap up, that's pretty tough.
He's a tweener.
He is a tweener. All right, Randy saw this pick because I saw his face. So
that I did. That's all you're gonna get out of me, though. They filled a position need. I'll start there. definitely a day one starter, so that's good. It's a solid pick.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
waiting for someone to.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Aaron Banks
Aaron
is a
Banks.
guy me and Christian love. Me more. No, I think you had him slightly higher.
I did.
He improved so fucking much from 2019 to 2020. I think he's a plug and play starting guard at the next level. Truly, they had issues at guard, in my opinion. They signed Alex Mack to kind of fix and plug the hole at center for at least a year. But this way, you get a starting guard either side. I don't give a shit. You need to fix the offensive line because they are a really, really good running team, and it can only get better now with Aaron Banks and Trey Lance.
Yes. Okay, Randy, really quick. I'm pulling receipts on you. Remember when you said that I shouldn't have ranked Wyatt Davis over or below Aaron Banks, and now that's how it came off the board? Do you remember that?
I think I said I don't know why you hate Wyatt Davis so much.
Well, yeah, I phrased it in a certain way.
Wait, you phrased it to make yourself seem better? Oh, everyone else shocked? Oh, okay.
Hey, listen, the NFL clearly hates Wyatt Davis too if they're taking Aaron Banks ahead of him.
Well, I mean, if we're saying that, they hate everyone that's still on the board. What is that?
It's true. I think Creed Humphrey would have made some more sense here and just shift him out to guard. I think he moves better.
I think we mocked that as well, in one of our mocks at least. It makes perfect sense to me. I think, again, with Landon Dickerson, same thing. I think they both could start day one at center, but it does make perfect sense for them to start at guard as they transition to the next level. But Aaron Banks is a great fit. Obviously, 49ers love him. It's going to be insane. That offense is just continually transforming and growing. Happy for Trey Lance that they actually got someone to help him too. So,
no, I love that pick. I mean, just with the Shanahan offense, like they need to establish the run and then need to establish the pass. He's going to bring help to both of those and give Lance and whoever the running backs, space and an opportunity to run. I mean, it works perfectly. He's going to help Lance, and now Lance isn't going to get hit 15 times a game.
He still may because he might run, but it'll be on purpose.
He just has to find it. He's good.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not what most of these quarterbacks do.
Yeah. All right, so here I think we could be looking at another fantasy relevant pick here. I think this is going to be Terrace Marshall.
They brought out the lowest paid right tackle in the league to announce the pick. Weird.
I think you go tight end here, wide receiver, running back.
I think it has to be a tight end. But what do I know?
Wait, Mel Kiper ranks Hunter Long ahead of Pat Freiermuth? Why am I just now understanding this?
We knew that was stupid. Just let
what in the world?
Oh, this happened.
This is great. I love it.
My boy Dave Wright is going to be so mad.
I'll just wait for the pick to be made, but
yeah,
Jesus, you guys are so behind.
I'm using my place.
Rondale Moore? No. Oh.
I love it, man.
I want him on the Browns. I'm selfish.
Oh, you selfish bitch.
Let's go to our highlight film where we get to talk about Rondale Moore. All right, so this first play is the highlight of all highlights for Rondale Moore because this is where the Saquon comp comes from. Look at that. Look at him just take on those tacklers, break off another touchdown. This was against Jeff's Ohio State Buckeyes, who just could not contain Rondale Moore. And these are NFL corners out here.
Look at Sean Wade being away from the play.
Yeah. Rondale Moore, he's one of my favorite receivers, and I'm very, very glad that he got such high capital because now it's going to be justified when he's, one of the most fantasy relevant guys in the league. I think that's really going to be the case because now he's the number 2 option, I would say.
Probably. It's going to be kind of – we got to obviously have camp to test out between him and Christian Kirk, but I would say it's probably Rondale just because of the versatility.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, the Cardinals needed a running back too, and Rondale's built like one. He's built like a third down back.
He fucking is, dude.
Yeah. He's an athlete.
He's ridiculous. He's this year's workout picture god. For many reasons, he truly looks like Saquon Barkley. It's ridiculous. That's how just absolutely jacked he is for a 5'7" guy that can squat over 600 pounds, can bench over 500, I believe. He's a workout warrior. He's a grinder that every team's going to love. He can be used so many aspects by every team. And this is a team that's supposed to be more offense of the future concept. So we'll see how much that is true now that you have the ability to go 4 wide receivers, probably, which is what Kingsbury's been pretty much begging for since he's got there. They haven't been able to work it out to have more than 2 or 3 receivers they can trust, unfortunately. They probably only have 3 right now that can, even with this pick. So we'll see how it goes. But he's going to be exciting. I think this may – I don't think this would shoot him a draft like rookie draft boards. This probably keeps him where he was. Because it's not like the greatest landing spot, but he's definitely not buried on a depth chart or anything.
The draft capital is nice, though. Second round.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not like if he would have went to the Lions, I think that shoots up his draft capital. But here it's like, okay, yeah, this is what we expected.
Yeah. So, Kevin, how high are you comfortable taking Rondell?
So if this is a super flex league, I think he's going to land in that like 201 to 204 range. So I don't know if I'd take him in the first round, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
112, depending on how the draft comes out. But I still think I like Bateman more.
Yes.
I know that's sacrilegious for some people out there, but
Already.
Lamar Jackson. But yeah, don't put this on Reddit. Shit, I'd be destroyed. But I think I'd rather have Bateman. But I think Rondé Moore that's an interesting spot. I think Christian Kirk just died, so that's not a thing anymore.
I will say, like, Kirk, while they thought could excel in the slot role, never did. I think he's kind of he's had some success, I should say, actually, on the outside. So maybe this allows Hopkins to continue to just move all over the field because he's a god, and then let Rondell kind of stay in the slot with some outside work and keep Kirk on the outside. We'll figure it out from there. I mean, if they can fix the line too, this is going to be pretty good. I mean, obviously they traded the 3rd-round pick for a top 10 center in the league in Rodney Hudson, so they already did something in that aspect. But
I don't think that Cliff Kingsbury is creative enough for this to actually be a good thing for fantasy. Because first of all, like we saw the reason I was low on Hopkins going into last year was because it was an offense that spread the ball around and they were able to kind of be efficient in that way. However, when DeAndre Hopkins got there, we saw DeAndre Hopkins get all of his targets on the left side of the field where Kyler was comfortable throwing. Let's also put some blame on Kyler because we know that I'm a renowned Kyler hater, I guess, for saying that Baker Mayfield is the quarterback I would prefer, but that's another conversation. But so what we saw is DeAndre Hopkins took out the whole left short to intermediate side of the field, and then no one else really was able to sustain anything, right? You had Fitz have a couple games. You had Kirk have a couple games here and there, but nothing really significant. Do we think that Cliff Kingsbury can actually be good at his job? Because I don't.
I mean, he could. This is one of those, we talked about it with a couple other teams already. This is one of the teams where if you don't have an upgrade here, I mean, especially when you invested capital this highly in a top flight receiver, if you can't figure it out, I hope that's not for one of us. Christian immediately mutes. I think if he doesn't figure it out, he's going to be on the hot seat. A lot of people already think he is, and we'll see how it goes from here. But I'm not as nervous as you, I think, but I also didn't think like Hopkins was going to have a dire fall off a cliff. I mean, we were nervous he wouldn't get the same amount of like target percentage, and then he just ended up did. So,
yeah, and I think the one thing that worries me about Cliff, where Christian was talking about, was I was on a podcast with the Fantasy Scouts guy, and he was a junior college coach, and they got a coach from Arizona come over to his junior college, and they said that like Cliff was running junior college schemes at the Arizona Cardinals, and he talked about how like it was kind of elementary stuff, and when he told me that, I'm like, well, that shit makes sense because a lot of this stuff seems to be a little elementary. So I worry about Cliff's ability to kind of to push forward and do it in NFL and the scheme wise. But I actually like the fit more for like as an NFL side, but fantasy, I don't know if I love it. I think NFL fits pretty well. I don't know if I love it for fantasy purposes.
Yeah. And two, like, do we think that the reason, and the Giants have their pick in. I haven't seen it yet, but do we think that it's because of Cliff, or do we think it's because Kyler isn't really there yet? Because I
mean,
think it's Kyler.
it could be a mixture. I don't think Kyler ran a junior college system at Oklahoma, though. So
Yeah, it's very true. All right, we finally see Azeez Ojulari come off the board. One of my favorite players. He was my edge one before. Is our edge one at the cut, but this was obviously before the injuries or the reported degenerative knee issue that he has. But Aziz is a super instinctual player where he's gonna go out, he's gonna force fumbles, he's gonna win off the edge, he's gonna win on the outside, and he's kind of a hybrid. Like, he can play as a standing linebacker, but I think he's pretty decent with his hand in the dirt. Randy, what do you love about Azeez Ojulari?
pretty much everything. I think he's a great speed edge rusher. He's going to honestly kill at the next level as long as this knee issue isn't a huge concern, which I don't think it is. Just because if it was a huge concern, he just wouldn't be drafted. That's just how this works. But obviously, you could see from every highlight, he's a violent and effective player at the NFL. He was a game changer in his play-in game for the college or for against Florida when Florida had a chance to play into the College World Playoff. He was a dominant force in their bowl game. He's going to just continue to light it up at the next level. I think he has every opportunity to be an edge one for a team.
Yeah. I love me some Azeez Ojulari, and I don't know if you guys have seen yet, but I was just on Twitter on accident, and the Browns have traded up to the 51st overall pick with the Washington football team.
That's not what's happening.
That's what I saw. What
because
happened?
right, it says Washington pick is in.
It sure does.
Monte Coleman.
Carolina has traded the pick.
Carolina, so 52. So Schefter's 52. A bitch. Oh,
so Schefter's a bitch.
It was Rappaport, actually. He's the bitch. Sorry, Rap.
Thanks for letting me on, guys. I gotta get out of here, but I guess have fun.
Thanks for coming, Kev.
All right, guys.
I'll see you later. I call Schefter a bitch, and Kevin leaves. Damn it.
But the Washington gets their tackle of the future in Samuel Cosmi, a guy I absolutely love. He is
Randy. It's cool.
Oh, I'm a guy. We're on 52 already, bro.
It's true. I saw it. Actually.
He is my tackle 4. He's our consensus tackle 5. Obviously, the Browns traded up to 52 here. That's just now coming on the screen. Hopefully, that's for Owusu-Koramoah, maybe. Maybe for an edge. We'll see. But either way, Cosmi is a great plug-and-play starter, in my opinion. He's got some versatility to possibly play inside. I think he could play probably either tackle. I think he just fits whatever they need.
Yeah, I mean, we know my love for Sammy Cosmi. I don't understand why it took so long for him to come off the board. I understand that he doesn't play in as blue chip a program. He's not. I mean, he was a blue chip prospect though, like or recruit. So, and then he put out some really good film. He definitely got better in 2020, and maybe some of these teams weighed the earlier film a little heavier. But Cosmi is a guy that I think is versatile in that he can play in a ton of different schemes. Now he goes to a power scheme. I think that's what Washington runs, right?
Yeah, they're a power gap, but they also mix in a couple other things. But they don't have a quarterback of the future right now, but you have a complete wide receiver core of just this speedy 3-level threat guys. And then you add in a versatile tight end, and now you can check off tackle from the team need, which was a huge need for them. You got a cover linebacker, which is a huge need for them. I mean, they're another team that's just ticking the boxes, trying to fix this. They're a playoff team. They're trying to keep that going. The Browns did the same thing. Let's see if they can do it again in the second with this macho man Randy Savage impersonator from the Browns on the pair of cheer from the Grinch.
All right, Browns, what are you going to do here? I'm way behind. Okay, now I see him.
I don't know what they're going to do, really. I truly don't. I think edge makes sense just to get the edge of the future. Maybe that's Ronnie Perkins. Owusu-Koramoah makes perfect sense to me.
Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to guess. I said Diami. I think Terrace Marshall makes more sense. We'll just get a fully LSU wide receiver room.
They could possibly reach for a guy like Tommy Togiai to be their one tech for the future. Obviously, they have Andrew Billings, but it's hit or miss with him right now. So we'll see there. They're not a team with enormous needs. So let's. I'm really excited to see what this is.
Yeah, me too. Please don't spoil this one.
I'm not. I haven't spoiled shit in forever.
I'll keep it to myself then.
This guy.
Wait, you were behind. That doesn't make sense. This doesn't
He's
add
on
up.
Twitter. He's always on Twitter trying to fuck with
You bastard.
I said I won't spoil it. Fine.
You're not a bastard.
Mute him.
Wait, let's see. Muted. Okay, good. We're having fun here on the cut. All right. So like this is taking forever though, I will say.
They're just partying, bro.
Man. That's a lot of people.
And I'm back.
You unmuted yourself. That's unfortunate.
He learned.
I would, I have no idea who this pick is, but I just cannot wait. So
Oh, no.
don't spoil it, Adam. Don't spoil it.
He's not.
I know. But I was going to ask him to.
Just don't look at your phone either. So just.
I know.
Oh, man. He really just wants to talk to everyone, doesn't he? Okay.
This is absurd. This is an absurd wait. Sean, our good buddy and former co-host, and probably future sometimes co-host, he wants Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here. I think I would want a wide receiver. I really want a wide receiver. I really do.
I do not.
I know you don't. This could be Dylan Radins too.
Starting now, I'm okay with wide receiver. I will say that.
Yeah.
Hi, Coda.
Coda has joined the stream. She's jingly. All right. I'm sorry, guys, for the dead air. We are definitely just waiting on this Browns pick that I still have not seen. Randy looks sad about it.
No, they're just taking forever, dude. They haven't even announced it yet.
Oh, my God. Why? Why is this? Every time the Browns pick, is that what's going to happen? Is they're going to do, like, parties?
They have a coach from Lake Catholic High School that's announcing it. I don't understand that, but
all right, I'm gonna go on mute also because the dogs next door apparently just decided they were gonna bark. So
thank God, now we don't have to listen to him.
I know, right? I'm not gonna spoil anything either, so that's good.
So really, it is too.
I just saw it. Yeah. So what? Who tweeted this? Was it Schefter or Rappaport? Is that what happened?
It was a couple different people that I saw.
I just don't know why people try and spoil picks. I just don't understand that. It's so weird.
I mean, I love the pick. I mean,
oh my God, yeah.
I think the one position that like the Browns are truly thin at. I think now, if he's as good as he was in college, I think this puts the Browns right up into the top tier Super Bowl contenders. In all honesty.
Yeah, and they definitely have like certain question marks at linebacker and safety, and we've been preaching how much that Owusu-Koramoah is going to just fill both of those. He also can play some coverage, some linebacker coverage, obviously, but nickel corner as well at times. He can truly be our Mark Andrews shutdown guy, which we desperately need. Because he absolutely murders us every year. Evan Ingram honestly killed us a lot last year too. So, or not Evan Ingram, Eric Ebron. Sorry. So I think he's a step in the right direction to really shore up that middle of the field. Like we talked about, he's a little bit small for what he does on the field, really, because he lays some kill shots, truly. And we're seeing that in the package. He's a ball hawk. He literally does everything he wants on defense. He's just kind of a positionless player almost. So at that point, I think that's what's given the league some pause on him. I think if he was 6'2", 230, 240, and just was a pure stack linebacker, maybe the league would just have loved him as much as they did Jamin Davis. But he's not. He's everything in one. So I'm glad the Browns got some great defensive talent to start this draft. They're killing the draft as well. Just another team was doing it. Christian has a ton of dogs barking apparently, still. But I mean, he's a linebacker that's definitely not afraid to stick his nose in. He can use ESPN showing highlights of him picking the ball off as a nickel corner. I mean, the dude's basically insane. It's the same thing we talked about with Isaiah Simmons last year, what we were talking about with Jamin Davis on day one. Just an ultra versatile piece for a team that's going to absolutely kill it as long as he's coached right.
I guess my only big worry for him is he's willing to do anything. Even if he's undersized, he's willing to go up against someone that's bigger than him. I think in college that's something you can get away with. The NFL, you're going to be going up guys who they may be just physically bigger, but their strength is just going to be a lot just stronger. So I worry that he's going to get eaten alive a little bit just because he's undersized. But
there's obviously going to be chances of that, especially when you're an AFC playoff team. I mean, that's just kind of what's going to happen at times. But I mean, he's a guy that can be a vital piece in helping the Browns stop not only Mark Andrews in the pass game, but also stop a guy like Lamar Jackson from running all over him, which he continually does.
Okay, so dogs kind of stopped barking. I didn't get to say a single thing. I was dying inside.
no, great.
Usakoromoa, I think I like the fit. I'm interested to see how they use him though, because
I mean, I think we were going to say that about anyone though.
Yeah, I mean,
he's going to be a will linebacker. He's going to be a will linebacker.
He is, but he's a little thin framed. We'll see how he works out. I mean, I don't love trading up to get him, but I don't know what they gave up either. So
it wouldn't be a lot. They weren't that far down. I mean, they were. I think they're 6. I think
6,
7, maybe 7, maybe
something like that.
But
also trade.
Have you seen the Tennessee pick? No. Okay.
I have not yet,
okay.
But we're getting there.
But I would say they drafted
before it does. I'm guessing. Oh, never mind. I just saw
it. Well, they got Caleb Farley in the first. A top level talent with some injury concerns. Here they get Dylan Radins, who has no injury concerns and is a top level talent. A guy that was not talked about a ton to the Senior Bowl when he absolutely showed out and basically dominated everyone when he played tackle or guard. So I think the Titans get a hell of a pick. This probably fixes what they need on the offensive line. I mean, you got to continue to develop and fix the offensive line when your whole scheme is play action and just run down people's throat with Derrick Henry. So, smart pick.
It's very true.
I think they still should have gone wide receiver here for me. I don't know. I get the idea of fixing that offensive line, but I think with Derrick Henry, he's their entire offense. There's no question. AJ Brown is super, super solid, but you minimize one, you'll be able to minimize the other one very quickly. I think you need to find a way to take that pressure a little bit off Henry at some point and rely on Tannehill and his arm in going to Brown.
Yeah.
But then again, Brown or Tannehill won't have any time to throw the ball anyway.
Well, they did sign Josh Reynolds, who I think they believe could be their wide receiver 2 on the team, though. So maybe that's allowing them to wait. But yeah, I do agree they need to still draft receiver, and maybe the Colts do too, who are up now, who also need a left tackle in the future. We do have a question from someone.
Yeah. On Facebook we can't see your usernames, unfortunately. Thoughts on the Panthers trading back twice? Here's what I think. I think they're accumulating picks because I think they know that they have quite a few needs, but it's more depth with the Panthers. I think they could stand to add to the offensive line. I think they definitely need secondary help still. I think they've got a really good piece in Jeremy Chin. I think they need linebacker help. But overall, they have a lot of really good pieces, especially after signing Hassan Reddick to go opposite Brian Burns. And then you've got Derek Brown up the middle. So, I mean, they've got a solid thing in place, and I assume that they like the depth of the offensive line class or the secondary class at this point. No safeties have really come off the board. We've seen 3. And so maybe they find someone to pair with. Am I wrong? Is it 4?
No, it's 3. It's 3.
So if they find someone to pair with Jeremy Chin, who plays kind of like that half linebacker, half safety role. I think that's probably why we're seeing it. I think they're just comfortable with what they've got. Ultimately they lost Curtis Samuel. They could have stood a guy like Rondale Moore in that case. But
they traded back there. I think they just saw a lot of value where they traded back then.
yeah,
And now we're at a point where, like you said, they're a very young team. They currently have drafted all defense with this regime. That's all they've drafted. And I still think they need help there. So
they do. And I mean, that JC Horn pick, very, very solid pick. The fact that they passed over Justin Fields for him, I'm not sure. But that just indicates to me that they do like what they have in Darnold. I think there's definitely an opportunity to select a guy like Trask or a guy like Davis Mills here in the next few picks, which I don't even know all the picks that they've accumulated from these trade backs. So we'll see. I mean, I like what the Panthers have done. I'm a little nervous to see their offense. They do need to add to the tight end room. That's like number one priority. They signed Dan Arnold. Not really who I think is really tipping the scale. They did pass on Morig, which that kind of sucks. And Randy's happy. Randy's happy as a Raiders fan. Man, Morig and Jeremy Chin, maybe they don't value safeties as much because they did draft one highly last year. They weren't going to do it again.
I think it's a fairly deep safety class as well. I mean, maybe the pure cover over top guy, maybe not, but we'll see. Colts are – what the hell is this? You know what? I shouldn't have judged. The Browns just had some weird shit too. So, this is a weird pick, man. Like they need a left tackle of the future, but the tackle class is dwindling. Maybe you have to take one here. I mean, Mayfield's still on the board, and then we go to pretty much the group of what Christensen and Stone Forsythe. I mean, that's where we're at here with tackle class.
Yeah,
we're dropping.
It's getting a little rough out here.
Wide receivers are still playing on the board. That fits them. I think they need a corner still, right? Yeah, they drafted Quiddy Pay, so they probably need a corner still. That class is still there in full. I mean, this could be anyone, really. I think it'd be smart to take a tackle.
Receiver.
I think you have to go tackle just to secure the spot, honestly.
Well,
but
the biggest issue for Carson and Philly was he had no weapons, and I think there's going to be smarter, maybe.
Well, I think the biggest issue with Carson and Philly was Carson. So
that's not what this is a draft show right now.
Go read my article on the cutffb.com about Carson Wentz and why he was the problem and it wasn't the offensive line.
And we don't need to talk about that. We need to worry about Howie Roseman screwing this draft up.
He's not gonna. Dio, I hate saying his name.
Odiingbo.
Call him Dio. Just call him Dio.
Dio.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Not like that though.
Good player. I actually never finished the final evaluation on him. That's what sucks.
He is. I think it's a slight reach here, especially with the needs that they have. I mean, they drafted edge already, Quiddy Pay. I know he plays inside, outside, but so does Quiddy. So I just don't. I don't see it. I just don't see why you draft this here.
Wait, they drafted Quiddy Pay in the first round.
Yes, that's what I just said. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was processing it still. So you're telling me they drafted two edge rushers back to back?
They drafted two edge rushers. What's their edge rushers? In fairness, were dog shit. But
we said that last night. That's true.
I think that's a third round player probably. So I think it's a slight reach.
That's where I was kind of sitting with him.
And we didn't talk about edge for them for this reason. Like they probably need another edge, but not right now.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you what, the Steelers are happy. They're going to draft either Mayfield or Creed Humphrey right here, and just start killing the draft.
Yeah, they really are. I would assume this is Creed Humphrey. I mean,
I would assume too.
Excuse me. I can't be tired just fucking rolling an hour and a half.
A tackle wouldn't surprise me. Neither would an edge rusher necessarily, but I think they just need depth there, not starter. So,
Watch the Steelers do some Steelers shit and draft another running
They
back.
also need a corner, so this could be a fee to plenty of other people.
I'll be so upset. And they need a tight end. Could be Fryermuth. Could be Hunter Long.
Do they really need that?
Who do they have? Vance is gone. They have Ebron
still,
but I think they still need a tight end, especially if they're gonna run Najee out there. What?
You still need offensive line.
No, it's their biggest need is O-line by far.
Yeah. They need to draft Creed Humphrey.
I'm out. I'm sorry.
I wonder who it is.
God damn it.
Someone
Christian
Did I
jinxed it,
nail it?
bro. He jinxed it, bro.
Is it Fryermuth?
Yeah, you jinxed it.
It really is.
It's Pat Fryermuth. Yeah, it's Pat Fryermuth.
Well, that's fun. I like that.
I mean, I like the idea of him in the out offense. You know, it's just another weapon.
Yeah, of course. Ebron wasn't great for them.
Time to throw the ball. So all these weapons are just pretty useless. And then they're going to be pretty useless when Mason Rudolph has to start because Big Ben's out with a broken rib.
But see, that's the thing. Like, you have like 4 receivers that are really good, 2 that are top level, 1 rookie, obviously in Claypool that had some great bursts, but when you see more of to say he's at that truly great level, and then you already had Ebron. Are you going to run 12 personnel? Because how the fuck are you doing that? So are you getting rid of Ebron, which I'm fine with. I think he's okay, but I would rather have Fryermuth than him, obviously. It's just weird. It's a team that can't run 12 personnel, that needed O-line, and the best center, second best center is on the board. It makes more sense for that. Instead, they go for a possible 12 personnel set, which they never run and won't run because of the vast amount of receivers they need that they need to run out there.
Man, I don't know how to feel about this personally because I like Fryermuth for what he is, but he traditionally at Penn State worked in the same spaces that Deontay worked in and Juju works in. And so I guess this is a future move. I guess they're comfortable with their offensive line. I wouldn't be comfortable with it.
No, I don't know how you could be comfortable with that offensive line.
He could be a guy that also helps with the blocking. I mean, he has the size and strength to maybe not be a complete blocker, but at least add a second of time for Big Ben in the pocket or maybe give Najee the edge.
But that's what we were just talking about, though. Like, it's either you get rid of Ebron or then you have to switch to 12 personnel, and then you have 4 receivers that you truly like that you can only put 2 out there. Like, now we're underutilizing the team. It just doesn't make perfect sense to me. Obviously, they could still move on from Ebron, so this point's null and void. But I think Creed Humphrey is a better pick. I mean, and that's no disrespect to Fryermuth, who I think is the second best tight end in the class. And most classes would be just an incredible first-round tight end. But obviously, Kyle Pitts is just a god amongst men. So he has to drop down. But honestly, Fryermuth is really, really good. He's going to excel at the next level, and he should excel in this landing spot as long as obviously they have a quarterback of the future sometime here.
Hey, they just extended Mason Rudolph, so there he is.
Yeah, well,
he's there waiting.
Yikes.
That's gross. I mean, maybe Haskins can get his shit together and figure it out over there, but at this point, you almost have to doubt it. Yeah. I don't know but you know what? They left the
just for fun. That's the guys down in North Carolina in the league I'm in.
Hey, they just thank you. They I mean the Seahawks just now have a complete bevy of offensive linemen they can pick from to try and help out Russell Wilson's career. He's not getting younger, and they never draft offensive line, and they need to.
No, but they did invest in it a little bit, right? So they went out
Damian Lewis in the 3rd round last year.
Yes, but didn't they go out in free agency this year and add pieces?
Boy, You are
Here, hang on. I'm gonna pull
probably
it up.
right and wrong at the same time.
It sounds it sounds probably like I'm wrong.
Because they could invest and still be shit. Like that's still a possibility.
They traded for Gabe Jackson, dude. So
Okay, so Gabe Jackson is a good guard. He is declining. He isn't always out in the field. So maybe him and Lewis can be the top end guards of the league. That's a hope. Dwayne Brown at left tackle, hit or miss here and there. Your right tackle is Brandon Shaw.
Yeah.
Your center's Ethan Poshish.
Yeah.
Nothing great there. I mean, to me, you still, even if you're fine with your guards, which I'm perfectly fine saying their guards are good enough to play, you still need center, you still need a tackle.
Yeah. Creed Humphrey would make a ton of sense here. I also think they have sneaky needs in their secondary. Jamal Adams was good down the stretch, but I think you need corners. I think a guy like Melifonwu, St. Just would make some sense here. They always need edge rusher help, but I believe they re-signed someone on that side of the ball as well.
Yeah.
It's not looking like it. It looks like they lost whoever it was.
So their edges are Kerry Hyder, LJ Collier, Carlos Dunlap, and then Daryl Terrell or Taylor. They have Al Woods and Puna Ford at D tackle. The linebackers are pretty set.
Yeah.
Except for right outside, I guess.
Daryl Taylor and Jordan Brooks are like their future guys that they drafted fairly highly last year. But what?
They didn't draft anyone we talked about, I could tell you that.
No one that we talked about. That's wonderful.
I'm not going to give it away, but I will. I don't disagree with the pick. I think they needed this, but it's still kind of what they have. It's just adding on. It's a depth pick.
Thank you for this. Panthers gave second and fifth to Chicago for 2, 3, and 6. That's a good trade. That's a really good trade.
And then
Browns trade. So we lost one of our thirds.
Swap 2s and then trade up basically because that 4th is an early 4th, so it's probably like a 20 pick upgrade there.
That said Dwayne Eskridge on my screen?
Yes, that's Dwayne Eskridge. Their third receiver currently was going to be Penny Hart, according to our lads, or Freddie Swain, one of the two. So
Freddie Swain.
Either way, they could have used a new one. Unfortunately, this hurts the depth of the boy Cody Thompson from Toledo and Huron in my neck of the woods. So I hope he still sticks with the team and could figure it out. But Eskridge is a good, honestly, slot guy. Like, let's be real. I mean, I think that's where he kind of fits in. Unfortunately, that's also where Lockett fits in half the time. He also plays outside, obviously. But they have like 3 weapons now. It's like I said, it's by no means a bad pick. I think they could have used what we talked about, obviously. But
yeah, I need to pull up my wide receiver ranks because I like Eskridge a ton.
I like Eskridge. He's a top 10 receiver for me, I believe.
I just don't know how Marshall's balling, man.
Who is? Oh,
Marshall.
Terrace Marshall's still on the board.
He had injury concerns pop up, man.
He did.
For me,
so he's
the forgotten member of that LSU team. Like he's playing
by far. Yeah.
Like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, and then even other guys, Thaddeus Moss.
I was gonna say, I think we talk about Thaddeus Moss, who barely is in the league, more than him.
I was gonna say, even he put up similar numbers as he did in 2019 that he did in 2020. He played in half the amount of games.
Yeah, he's good. No, he's really, really good. I think he should go here.
The injury concern that's causing him to fall, but I thought he would have been gone.
Hey,
very, very early.
I'll tell you what, he could go to Kansas City next pick. I mean, that's scary.
That's very scary, and that makes that offense. I know I just said earlier that put the Browns are top tier Super Bowl contenders. This might knock the Browns over and put the Chiefs above them just because the offense has got a lot scarier. And Mahomes.
I mean, honestly, dude, like they didn't lose Sammy Watkins. They got rid of Sammy Watkins, and he's a much better replacement than him. So,
100%.
Okay, so while we had some downtime. Sorry. I was thinking about this story. I meant to tell it at the beginning. So Peyton Turner, remember when Matt Stewart came on last night? He was really upset. I tweeted it out, but I did talk. So my high school AP, I don't know. I guess she was my AP. She wasn't my AP English teacher. She was one of my.
I feel like
English
this isn't
teachers.
an integral part of the story.
It is. I needed to figure it out. She taught me freshman year and junior year. So she was a great teacher. Great teacher. She actually taught Peyton Turner. She moved to Texas, and where he went to school, I guess she teaches at a pretty good football school. And she taught him 4 years ago and said that he is a great guy. It makes a ton of sense that he was a first-round pick. Obviously, she's biased because she taught him. But, Matt, if you're watching us, have some content. Be okay with that pick, because apparently he's a very smart kid, and that's why they picked him, even if the film didn't really match up to a first-rounder. But meant to tell that story earlier, so I don't know why I was thinking about it. Oh, I see Spencer Brown's name on the screen, so that means that we're getting close. I can't believe it.
Did you see the top lineman remaining? Of course he's fucking on the screen. We got like one tackle left, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's very true. You know what would be really scary with this pick is a guy like Milton Williams to play with Aaron Donald.
I do not like that.
He's not so like if you put Milton Williams and Aaron Donald together with those punches, I think that'd be just a crazy, crazy pass rush.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's been pretty clear during this coverage and our stalking that I'm much more about filling holes than getting a luxury pick by far. Rams don't really need a receiver. They probably could use a center guard. I mean,
I have a kind of crazy pick right now, and I think
I don't like this.
Terrence
I
Marshall.
don't know who the pick is, but just an idea. Maybe I know they just obviously traded for Stafford.
Oh shit!
Maybe they go possibly backup quarterback. I know this is the first pick, and that's a crazy pick, but why not? I like crazy picks. I'm a Howie Roseman.
This has to be Creed Humphrey, in my opinion.
It could be. Aaron Robinson makes sense too to me. Get a new slot corner replace. Okay, fuck me. Yep. All right. I said they don't need receiver, and then that's what they do.
Wow, way to spoil it, dude. Is it
I didn't say which one. No,
it's not.
It's gonna be one you're mad at.
De'Ami Brown.
It's gonna be. Dude, they just freaking drafted Van Jefferson last year.
It's gonna be one you're mad at.
I'm waiting.
It's gonna take away Robert Woods. Yeah.
I told you. You called that perfectly.
I know. He doesn't like him.
What? Why? Why would you do this? Why would you select a 5'9", 153-pound wide receiver in the second round of the NFL freaking draft? Why?
Because they lost Josh Reynolds and needed a new one.
Oh,
even though he's a rotational piece whenever Cooper Kupp's out.
God, I can get behind a lot of picks. I really can.
I don't know. I literally pulled up their depth charts. Like, they don't need receiver, and okay, whatever. They just got receiver. Fuck it.
That's an awful pick in my opinion.
It's a bad pick. Yeah, I think it's a bad pick.
Just terrible. Do not like it whatsoever.
Yeah. I really don't think there's anything else against it. I just don't think it's a good pick at all. Like, it's not a position need. It's honestly a position that you had depth at already. You needed offensive line help. You can't run the ball effectively most of the time. Yeah, your quarterback is getting hit. You have an aging quarterback that's been beat to shit his entire career, and you don't help him out by getting a better offensive line. You don't get better edge rushers to pair around Aaron Donald. You don't get better linebackers. They haven't replaced Corey Littleton yet. They didn't replace their slot corner, which they just lost in Troy Hill to the Browns. I mean, there's plenty of holes.
I'm speechless, and they're so excited. Like, look at them.
They just have to be excited, bro. That's
2-2 on day 2.
Wait,
that's
which one's Tutu? Is he the kid in the corner? I can't.
Dude,
Sorry,
no,
sorry.
like
Damn, Randy's coming with the savage takes.
Well, I mean, Tutu is the smallest. I'm pretty sure he's the lightest wide receiver drafted since like the 1960s or something like that. Maybe ever. I don't think there's ever been a sub 160 receiver drafted.
It's true. Even if Devonta Smith wants to be close.
I
just want to see Adam perk up. Just want to see him perk up again. All I had to say was an Eagles player. He's like, oh, wait a minute. Fuck you guys.
I can't with this shit. All right, so the receivers are going to start coming off the board. I think the Chiefs are probably going to do the same thing.
The Chiefs could still go tackle. I do want to point that out. I know they basically used their first round pick on a starting left tackle. Don't be surprised if they go for a right tackle. I know they think they have it. I'm just saying. I think in the next day or two they probably still get another one. But they could use a cover linebacker. I mean, maybe this is a Jabril Cox landing spot. Maybe this is Baron Browning. Sorry, Baron Browning, much better.
Kyle Trask. We're just gonna keep going.
God damn it! God damn it! With the Kyle Trask again.
Maybe they're not invested in their current quarterback situation.
I don't think they can get more invested than what they are right now with Mahomes.
Maybe $500 million. That's it's like pocket change for these teams.
Maybe this could be Creed too. I'm not a huge fan of Austin Blythe at center.
Neither am I, but I also think they have like 4 guards on their roster that one of them probably slides in and plays center.
Man, you're not gonna be happy again, man.
All right.
Who else do I hate?
You're gonna notice right away. It's a guy you definitely hate.
You're going down a long list for Christian. He hates a lot of players.
I don't hate.
It's a guy that I believe yesterday he's told me was a 4th round player.
Nick Bolton, yep. Jesus Christ. He makes sense for them, though.
Oh, now he's a 2nd round talent. This fucking guy.
He's not a 2nd round talent. Absolutely
he is a
not.
2nd round talent. He's good.
He's not.
He's good, and he's a pure Mike. That's huge. There's not a lot in this class.
See, but I prefer McGrone because I could train him and teach him how I want him to play, whereas Nick Bolton, he's a finished product. He's what he is. I don't think he's super athletic. He can't cover.
Yeah, but it's not like McGrone's a great. McGrone's not that good. I just want that pointed out.
I know you don't think so, but I do.
I mean, I think this clearly should have been Browning. I want that to be stated.
Yeah, but Browning can't play Mike. It's 2 different positions.
He can't, but do they absolutely need Mike? You know what I mean? Is that if they don't get a Mike linebacker, are they awful? I don't know. So their edges are Tim Ward and Frank Clark. They have Chris Jones and Derek Nottie. Yeah, Nottie, so that's decent. They have Anthony Hitches and Willie Gay as their linebackers, who are both kind of they're definitely more outside linebackers, probably. So it does make sense that they want more of a Mike. Secondary is decent. They definitely could have used a corner here too, but yeah, I don't know. It's not fantastic. It's not awful by any means, but
it's awful. It's awful. I
don't by any means, bro.
I think I'm the one on the island, and he's a good tackler. He's a good tackler. I'll give him that. But if that's all you can do, look at him. He doesn't he's too small for his shirt.
Oh my god.
He's a small guy. He is a pretty undersized linebacker. If you think about what the linebacker position is right now, he is 6 foot, but that's a stretch. I think he was 5'11" and 6/8 or 3/4, whatever that would be.
He's 6 foot 232. I mean, that's pretty decent.
I mean, he's solid. BMI Twitter would love him. That's for sure. He's a solid dude, but
okay, but let's move past it. Panthers finally on the clock after 2 trade backs. Who are they taking? They got
Terrace Marshall,
possibly the best corner in the draft first in the first round. They traded back twice now. Their wide receiver core, except maybe a slotty gadget guy, is pretty set. They could definitely use a tackle in the future. They could use a left guard, in my opinion, possibly a center. So they could go there. Edges are set. D tackles are pretty set. I mean, maybe you get a second D tackle. They have Shaq Thompson and Hassan Riddick as your Sam, and Denzel Perryman and Mike. They brought him over, so maybe they avoid that position as well. They've already drafted one corner, and they signed AJ Bouye. They have Justin Burris. I mean, at strong safety. Maybe that's the. I mean,
that's the pick
for a young team that's completely trying to rebuild from what they were. They don't have a ton of holes, man.
I have a sleeper pick here. Ardarius Washington, safety out of TCU. It'd be a reach.
I think at some point you need to address their offense, though. I think.
Yeah, I mean, at some point here, we need to see. It could be a quarterback. It could honestly be a quarterback.
I would rather Jamar Johnson, honestly, if I was safe.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an instinctual guy in Jamar Johnson and just an athletic freak at the other safety position. That would make some sense. I think a running back would help here as well. They let Mike Davis go. They've got Christian McCaffrey, but McCaffrey obviously showed – I don't know that it was a workload thing, but I also don't know that it wasn't a workload thing where he got hurt and stayed hurt last year. So I think they definitely need to bolster that room. Do they do it with day 2 capital? Maybe not, but maybe they do. Maybe they bring in like Michael Carter here or Kenneth Gainwell, I guess would make some sense with McCaffrey, but
I just don't see a running back. I really think you probably should go offensive line. I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah, I would go receiver personally.
But I wouldn't. I mean, I guess the
receivers you've only got 2.
Yeah, but
who's their wide receiver 3 right
now? David Moore, I believe.
Okay, they did invest some money in him.
It's nothing spectacular, but it's nothing awful.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it. I think Adam Schefter looks really cold. I don't think he actually is. Yeah. So they obviously traded back knowing that they like a group of players. I think that's going to be probably offensive line.
Could be Brevin Jordan.
Could be Hunter Long.
Could
as
be.
well. Like Kevin mentioned earlier, I think there's a chance that Brevin Jordan doesn't get drafted today, which would be super, super unfortunate for everyone who likes him, which is like us. I think we have
smart people.
Yeah.
There it is. Finally.
You guys seen the pick is in?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
That's what I was talking about. Finally, the pick's in.
Oh.
I'm convinced one of my friends that the Panthers just took James P. Sullivan, so I'm kind of hoping that pick comes true.
It's not. He is wearing blue, though. Hello.
There he is.
He's wearing blue and black. He had this shit ready.
I think this is big. I mean, you're reuniting Marshall with Joe Brady.
Yeah. I think this could be big.
Right there. I mean, that's
you talked about him already, Adam. I mean, he's the guy that put in the same kind of stats this year as he did all in 2019. He only played half the year. He's really, really good. He had some injury concerns pop up. If that didn't happen, there was a lot of talk that he was going to go late first round. I think it was well-deserved. He's kind of a do-it-all guy. I think he could plug and play anywhere. This kind of fits what they already have at receiver, too. That's the only problem I have is it's not like a kind of pure gadget guy like they lost in Curtis Samuel. This is a guy that pretty much does the same shit as Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. I mean, am I wrong? That's not a bad thing by any means. I'm just saying. I think the Saints would have been a better pick for him, like fantasy-wise.
I mean, yeah. So here's the thing. I think what we're gonna see now is, Marshall might be their starting X receiver, and then you've got DJ Moore playing the Z role because that's what he did last year for the most part.
Yeah.
And then you've got Robbie Anderson there in the slot. Terrace Marshall immediately becomes your number 1 red zone threat. He's going to score touchdowns in this offense, assuming that Sam Darnold can be something. I think we all think that Sam Darnold can be something. I don't know, Adam, if you're on that train as well. But I know Randy and I still have some belief in Sam Darnold. So
I'm
iffy on him just because, and I get the argument is he never had really any weapons in New York, and obviously the Adam Gase train was, horrible. If he's gonna succeed anywhere, again, it's going back to Joe Brady. I think he's the next true best offensive guru, and if he can succeed here, if he's ever needed just a second chance, it's gonna be with Joe Brady. However, he was really bad his last year at USC, so it's not like it's all on Adam Gase. I know he had one good year his sophomore year. I guess that would have been his year freshman. Freshman. I know that year he was incredible. He didn't play necessarily well his last year, but
honestly,
if he's going to go anywhere to rebuild his career, I think it's going to be with Joe Brady.
The fuck is on my TV screen?
I don't know, but I have Goodell, unfortunately.
Cleveland homeless people.
Oh, hey, hello.
I'm confused. I don't know if that's like an actual. It can't be. It's just a super fan still. Do they have just? I was gonna say I wonder if that's like a Saints cheerleader, but
well, has everyone seen it?
No, I have not.
Oh Jesus. It's a position if needed that they always have needed and they never draft. So I'm thankful there.
I've seen it. All right.
Okay. Pete Werner, the hard nose to the football linebacker, played all over the field. Is definitely going to end up being a Sam linebacker. They had to pretty much gut their linebacking room through trying to just get to the cap. So him and Demario Davis is pretty much it. I think he can cover a good amount, but he's going to be asked to be more of a stack and blitz and just stop the run. And I hope that's all he has to do, and he can excel in that position. I did expect Baron Browning to go ahead of him, and I think he deservedly should, but Warner's off the board. I think he can excel at the NFL.
Man, this is what you get when you put on a few years of bad tape. Because that's what Baron Browning did, right? He was playing out of position. He put on a couple years of bad tape, and Werner was like the constant good linebacker. So Werner is what he is. He's a good athlete. He's a good run stuffer, like Randy said. And he fits the Saints scheme very, very well. However, Baron Browning hasn't really reached his next level yet, I don't think. And he's more athletic. And when we saw him in the role that he is definitely accustomed to, which is probably a 3-4 outside linebacker that can rush the passer and create just tackles for loss all the time. I don't know why Werner's going before Browning. I don't know why Browning's still on the board, but I like Werner, and I like Werner more than most, I think. I had a second round grade on him, so he went right where I graded him out at, but poor Baron Browning and Joseph Osai. What are we doing here? That's where the interviews and the medicals and the things that we don't know about, those are obviously in play here, because Joseph Osai on film, while he is like a tweener, and I actually knocked him for that. He's still talented and an athletic freak. I'm actually shocked that these NFL teams aren't going for these freaks. Freaky deaky.
Agreed. But we have the Bills on the clock, who drafted an all-upside guy in Gregory Rousseau in the first round, who could play inside-outside for them. They're pretty much going to have to figure that out, honestly. They still have an enormous need at corner. They could use if they could figure out to be the true three-down workhorse running back for them, that makes sense. They need O-line, tight end, possibly help if they don't believe in Dawson Knox. That's pretty much it. They're pretty much a solid team. That's why they're in the playoffs. So I truly think they should probably be offensive line. They could, like he said, they could use a D tackle too, maybe. So maybe like Davion Nixon.
Yeah, or Togia.
I don't know. And I did say they have three receivers they like, but past that they don't really have anything, at all. So maybe that's the move. They have plenty of guys here. You had them go center in our mega mock, I believe. So Creed Humphrey, yet again, that could work out here. So let's
It
see.
could.
The only thing that probably wouldn't work out is another edge, unfortunately, because Boogie Basham or Osai would be fun here, but
I like
Yeah.
maybe
Go ahead, Adam.
Gainwell on here. They do
Yep.
have to get running back. And
yeah,
when I did an analysis on him, he's gonna need to play with another running back. He's not gonna be able to just kind of go in like Derrick Henry, and be like the man and no one else. He's gonna need to play with other running backs. Zach Moss is there. What's his name? I'm blanking on it.
unfortunately,
like-
Zach Moss.
It's
And,
not. He shouldn't be having 100% of the run snaps. He needs to be sharing with other people. I think it's the one true part of their offensive game they're missing. The reason I don't want them to go O-line is because someone who went to my high school plays on their O-line. It's not very good, but
doesn't matter.
it doesn't really matter. I'm biased.
Who's that?
Yeah. Who? Yeah. Who?
Ryan
Who-
Bates. He's like I think the backup center or backup left tackle.
Well, then it doesn't matter if they draft a line. He wasn't playing anyways.
Exactly.
Hey,
Big backup vibes.
games though, he was there.
At least you got someone though. I don't. All I have is people that played Ohio State.
NFL. Probably gonna be 4 by the end of the weekend, but we're at 3 right now.
Who was it?
Pitts.
Ryan Bates. He's their backup center right now. And I think they could go center.
He bounced around at Penn State on the line, and I think he's done the same thing in Buffalo. But
I apparently don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry, everyone.
Is it Melifonwu?
No, it is not.
is it Kenny?
I thought it should have been Melifonwu. It is not. I said they wouldn't go edge, and they did.
You're telling me 2 teams doubled up on edge already.
Yes.
So Ronnie Perkins.
No, it's a little bit of a disco fever. Boogie Basham.
Okay, I'm a little sad. I was really hoping he would fall back to the Browns.
I was a little bit too. I think this kind of spells that they're not quite sure which way they're going to move with Gregory Rousseau. Maybe he ends up being a D tackle for them. It's the only justification I get from them going another edge, because they have Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison listed as their starting edges. And let's not forget, they drafted AJ Epinesa too, who has rotationally been pretty decent. So they now have 5 edge rushers, and they have 1 D tackle probably. Lutu. I can never pronounce that goddamn last name, but he's already he's already relegated to the second D tackle on their or third D tackle on their team behind Vernon Butler. So maybe they're hoping Rousseau can work in and Basham starts on the outside. They have a stacked D line right now. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, like as a Browns fan and as a Chiefs fan, you have to be pretty upset right now, right? So, and a Ravens fan, like you've got a lot of speed. The thing about Carlos Basham is people didn't think that he was very athletic because some of the stuff he put on tape at Wake Forest, he didn't look like the fastest player on the field. And then he went out and worked out, and turns out he's a very athletic edge rusher. This is a guy that I had up in my top 5 at one point in my process. I think he finished like 7 or 8 for me, which is I think where he's been drafted here. But man, I'm actually excited about this.
Ronnie Perkins is still on the board, right?
He is. Yeah, he is.
We got Joseph Osai, Ronnie Perkins, and Jordan Smith is probably the best edges left. Obviously, this is more for Browns, I guess, but they're picking forever away, so it doesn't really matter. Packers draft a position we thought they would, but not the guy I thought it would be. Okay.
So,
Kyle
Cox.
Nope. They lost their starting center to the Chargers, so they draft one. Unfortunately, it's a guy we do not have a graphic for.
They didn't take Creed Humphrey.
They did not take Creed Humphrey. They took Josh Myers instead.
Dude, what is happening? I'm lost.
Josh Myers is good. Creed Humphrey's better. I think there's no question there. Josh Myers is going to be good at the next level. I do think he needs better guards around him to be like truly successful. He's an absolute good like signal caller on the offense. Like he is going to give you the perfect situation. Maybe that's what's rising him up boards. I do truly like what he brings for a team, and he gets to join John Runyon and right now Patrick Lucas at right guard. So maybe
Elton Jenkins, right?
Oh, they have Elton Jenkins at center. So yeah, so Myers is going to be center and Jenkins is back at right guard, thankfully. So he is mixed with some god tier guards probably, which is good. And they obviously have David Bakhtiari at left tackle. Right tackle is Billy Turner. But not bad. Like it's not a bad pick. I just think you pick Creed Humphrey. I just don't like it's one of the situations I think Josh Myers is a perfect fit for. I truly do. But pick Creed.
I'm a little speechless.
It's been a great second round. He just shuts up.
I mean, Creed Humphrey on tape and athletically, and I like at the Senior Bowl, all of the things add up for him to be really the first center off the board. And now we've seen two go before him, technically, right? We haven't seen so two centers before him. And again, maybe that signal calling is an important part of it. Maybe he killed his interviews, which is not doubtful.
Yeah. Chiefs are on the clock. We talked about them possibly needing a center as well, so maybe that's it. But they passed up wide receiver, and I believe a couple have gone off the board since then, so maybe that's the pick. We'll see. I mean, it's getting weird, man. There's a lot of weird shit happening.
We see this every year with good players slipping, but I mean, good God. Good God.
Oh, it's just always fun when you're right. It just is.
So he went to the Chiefs.
Mister, I get this right. Let me tell the world.
Creed Humphrey is a Chief. They have probably fixed their offensive line. Maybe they need to draft another tackle. Maybe not. But this is ridiculous now. Like they have probably two of the best centers in the league. They got what could be a top 10 right, was a top 5 right tackle, could be a top 10 left tackle, and now they get the second best center in the class, Creed Humphrey. This is really good. I mean, you cut a lot of things on this offensive line. You have to protect Mahomes at all costs. This is a smart move. Now they should be a little bit better running team as well.
Yeah, this is really good for Clyde.
Yes.
And, I think it's also a lot of the pressure that Mahomes faced in the Super Bowl came up the middle initially, and then the edge rushers landed and the linebackers landed. So they are doing whatever they can to protect Patrick Mahomes, and I think it's smart. It's a very smart thing to do. However, they should have been the ones with Josh Myers. God damn it. I just don't get that at all.
It's the Packers, man. They don't know how to draft. It's just
they don't. They really. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Creed Humphrey.
He's so good. Honestly, he's the biggest thing with him is he's slightly inconsistent at times. Really, inconsistent anchor, inconsistent handwork, inconsistent footwork. Just at times. I mean, and at that point, we're probably just nitpicking. A really good center prospect. He's a guy that definitely should have gone this round, and thankfully did.
Yeah, I mean, I think I had. Oh no, I had a second on him.
Same.
I think Elijah Vera Tucker was my only first round interior offensive line grade.
Yes.
And Dickerson wasn't because of injury concerns. Creed had inconsistencies between his 2019 and 2020 tape that I thought was interesting. Like he was really good in run blocking one of the years, and really good in pass blocking. I think it was run blocking first, and then his run blocking looked pretty bad this year, but he was a good pass blocker. So
yeah, it's a great pick. It's a great pick by the former champs. Now the current champs on the clock. They got an edge rusher of the future, a rotational piece in the first round. In Joe Tryon makes perfect sense. Now safety of the future, offensive line of the future. makes the most sense. People just preach about running back. It's all like industry people. I mean, don't get me wrong. They could easily go running back, but they have like 5 on the fucking roster that are name worthy. Like, not even that just could rotate in. Like, they have 5 name worthy people. They have Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette. They drafted Keyshawn Vaughn early last year. They got Gio Bernard, and they have CJ Prosise as their cut candidate. I mean, that's ridiculous. They should not draft a running back at all. Now, if you drafted a quarterback in the future here, if this is Kyle Trask or Davis Mills or Kellen Mond, perfect. I think this is smart. You draft a safety of the future, replace Whitehead after this year, perfectly smart. Cornerback depth, maybe. I mean, all those things make sense. D tackle of the future. You go Davion Nixon, Tommy Togiai.
Man, there's a lot of talent on the board. They went Tryon in the first round, right?
Yeah.
So, it would be a cheat code, but Baron Browning or Joseph Osai on the other side as your outside backers of the future, edge rushers of the future.
They have
Shaq Barrett, I know.
Shaq Barrett already, and they have Pierre Paul to actually be their starting edge rusher right now. So they're a team with no needs. They literally have future needs that they pick for, which is unheard of, especially for a defending champ. That's mainly thanks to Brady taking no money, and I believe Shaq Barrett taking a lesser contract.
Massive pay cut. Yeah.
There's a couple. It's a team that wants to play together, and I think that speaks to the coaching, even if we don't like them necessarily for fantasy. And I think it speaks to Brady. I think he's brought in a winning culture quickly, and these young guys and the veterans that they had are responding quickly. They understand what can happen for the next year or two.
If these guys get freaking Jabril Cox just to load up.
Move to do.
What's that?
It's a Bruce Arians type of thing to do. Just throw a wrench in everybody's plan. Take someone you don't expect.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in the same position next year.
Yeah. I mean that's the good thing though. Like, I mean, they could go any which way with this. I think Davis Mills makes sense. I think that should be the pick. And I think while Brady's probably going to play 3 more years.
At least. I would pick Davion Nixon, Baron Browning, a quarterback of the future. All those make sense. Honestly, corner depth, so a feed 2, or maybe you want more of a nickel guy and Aaron Robinson or Molden or Keith Taylor. I mean, that's a 3rd-round guy, but still. Safety, Jamar Johnson makes perfect sense. Gillespie makes perfect sense. Washington. They have so many places. That's the joys of being this kind of team. Like, you literally could do anything, and I'd be like, good job.
Makes sense.
You're smart boys. Yes.
All right, boys. After this pick, I'm going to step away for a few minutes.
This guy.
But I'll be back. You guys can hold it down. I think Sweet's hopefully going to join here in the next few minutes too. So
that's the hope and prayer.
Yeah, we'll see. But I won't be gone long. But
okay, good.
He's too good for us. As good as his other friend.
Dude, some people, bro. I'm grateful.
I know.
He's just mad I beat him in the show today, apparently. Jesus.
No, I'm not mad at all.
No.
Wait, did you beat me twice? You beat me twice.
Yes,
that was super unfortunate.
Wow, he brought that part up. I would have thought he would have just waited and not mention that.
I wasn't gonna rub it in.
All right, man. If they select a running back here, I'm gonna vomit, and that's why I'll have to leave.
Yeah, it'd be a good time for you to have to skip out for 10 minutes.
Go vomit. All right. Are they hyping up the crowd again?
I don't know. This dude's sweating his absolute dick off and talking.
They said tight end. That guy's he's a lineman.
Yeah, but he's retired. Every retired like running back or tight end looks like a lineman. That's just how that
true.
Looks. And then you have like Joe Thomas who looks like a tight end now.
Joe Thomas looks like a freaking wide receiver now. It's insane.
Props to Joe Thomas, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. I want that diet too. Him and Golick.
Right? My God.
All right. So
God damn it. Well, the joke's
No.
over. The joke's over. We can't say it no more.
My man.
You know it, Adam.
I haven't seen the pick, but I already know who you're talking about.
You know it.
Yep, there he is.
Say it loud and say it proud.
My
the,
man.
The guy carried by Kyle Pitts doesn't have to leave Florida. Kyle Trask, the future quarterback of the Bucs. Let's
Listen
go.
to this. Kyle Trask got carried through college by the greatest college tight end probably ever. And now he's going to get carried through his pro career as Tom Brady's backup. He's going to carry Brady through his drunks antics.
He better be carrying him. I would be carrying Tom if he got drunk. You kidding me? I'd ask him if he wants a fucking piggyback ride.
God, man, he's so bad.
He's really not that bad. He is a day 2 quarterback. Him, Mond, and Mills are all in the same kind of tier for me. I do like what he could be at the next level, but he clearly needs a lot of seasoning. And staying behind Tom is perfect because he is more mobile than Tom, obviously, just because he's a little younger. But if he can learn all the little nuances from Tom, who probably won't teach him, honestly, but if he can become Jimmy G, I think that's a success for Trask.
For sure. Yeah, Kirk Cousins probably.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bounce. I'll be back in a few minutes. I can't talk about this pick. That's gross.
He's so
BRB.
angry.
BRB.
All right, that's fine. Now for the fun people. No.
I'm out. Sorry.
All right, but Jaguars back at the clock. They had drafted a lot of people. Who else did they draft? They didn't just draft Etienne and Lawrence. Who else did they draft so far?
They got Tyson Campbell, and then they got Walker Little.
Okay,
They're going to throw some sort of weapon here, maybe a tight end.
So they maybe Brevin Jordan, maybe. They could go safety too. That's a huge need for them.
I think it's just like, we've been talking so much. Did they already announce the pick?
Yes, he did. He sprinted out and said it. Jesus.
Oh, just tell me, who is it?
Andre Cisco, safety from Syracuse.
I mean, it's a good fit. I mean, their defense was pretty poor last year. I mean, they have decent weapons already, so
they really don't need wide receiver except maybe like depth, but like they're fine. Honestly, a depth to tight end is what they really need to focus, and it's going to help Lawrence, who really needs to throw quick outlets a lot to get into rhythm. So, but Cisco, they needed a safety for sure. They've already drafted a corner, which was a need for them. They drafted offensive tackle, which was definitely a need. They could kind of use a guard, maybe. Safety was the next biggest need for them, probably.
Again, like I said, I like the pick. I think they're not in a real position where like they're gonna have many bad picks, in my opinion. There's a very few teams in this year's draft that I think are gonna have bad picks unless they just take a 7th round guy and the 2nd round, or they just truly reach on somebody. Jaguars, in my opinion, are going to be a team that even if they reach a little bit, they're still getting good value out of the guy, and they're in a rebuild. Just kind of accumulate pieces all over. You have a lot of holes. It's kind of what the Eagle, like on Eagles Twitter right now, they're all complaining. Goes, oh, we haven't addressed the defense.
Yeah, it's true.
We're in a years-long rebuild. We're going to be in this rebuild for a few years. Get players, the best players available, and just build around all these pieces.
100% with you, man. But they're not doing a bad job. I think the ETN pick is definitely wasn't a position of true need for them. But ever since then, maybe the Walker Little is a slight reach, but they needed a tackle. Maybe they
our Mega Mock.
That's very true. Like I said, a slight reach. It's a guy that could develop to be a really good tackle at the next level. They drafted a safety now. They need a safety bad. They drafted a corner. They need a corner too bad. I mean, now they could use a probably 3rd linebacker. They could use a speed D tackle for sure. Wide receiver depth, they need a target at tight end. I mean, but we're nitpicking here for a rebuilding team to only have a few things. They obviously need plenty of depth. Don't get me wrong. Even if they fill every need in this draft, they're not going to be ready. They'll probably win 5 or 6 games, but it's a massive leap to the next step, which is something the Panthers did, who they had a decrepit defense last year. They went all defense, fixed it. They still need to keep building into it, maybe fill out 1 or 2 holes, and they did that with the first round pick this year, and now they need more depth. But like the offense was better than it should have been for them too. Maybe the same thing can happen for the Jaguars, where they have the offensive weapons. Maybe they can figure out enough of the defense that they can win a few games here.
Yeah, again, you can't nitpick a team that's rebuilding. It's as much as you want to and say like, oh, they took a player here, but how can you take another player? It's not like the Colts and who's the other team that took back-to-back 2 edges?
Oh shit! It was just on the screen.
Wasn't Minnesota?
No, it wasn't Minnesota.
Who took Quiddy went to Indiana? Whatever. I mean,
The Colts
and someone else. Whatever. So it's not like these teams are like taking back-to-back edges. Like if Jacksonville were to take back-to-back corners, okay, well, one corner's on one side of the field, the other corner's on the other side of the field. They do back-to-back edges. One edge is on one side, one edge is on the other. They don't have whoever they're drafting is going to be better than whoever they already have at a lot of different positions. So you're getting depth or you're filling just your whole part of the game in some areas.
100%, man. But now we are on to the Vikings, who honestly they traded back multiple times, but in the first round they traded back. It's still got a guy I thought they should have picked at 14 in Christian Darrisaw. That slots in already as your left tackle of the future. They re-signed Dakota Dozier. They think that's their left guard of the future. I think they still have some concern between right guard and right tackle, but I think you probably let that go for this round, unless maybe you want Mayfield or Spencer Brown. But you move on. They need a wide receiver 3 probably, but past offense, they could definitely use an edge rusher to pair with Daniil Hunter. Their inside's probably pretty solid. They signed Dalvin Tomlinson. They probably don't need another. Maybe no, their nose tackles are pretty good. Mm-hmm. Linebackers are pretty set. Maybe you need a will linebacker. So maybe Jabril Cox is the pick here. You got Patrick Peterson at corner. You got your safeties. I mean, like maybe an extra corner. I mean, there's not an edge is pretty much the biggest need to me. So Ronnie Perkins, Joseph Osai, maybe.
They have good options right here. It's just a matter of
and they said fuck all that. I'm
behind. Did they just ignore us and not go edge?
Yep, that's 100% what happened.
Quarterback Davis Mills, maybe?
Nope. Close.
Wow, and Christian's not here to talk about it. Watch, he's gonna back in. Yo, I need to talk about this. No, I was talking to a couple of my friends, and I was talking about the Vikings taking a quarterback actually at 12, being a dark horse team. I know it's gonna be like a reach, and it probably would have rubbed people the wrong way. But one thing I've been kind of feeling is Kirk Cousins really hasn't done much to say that he's going to be that quarterback to take him to a Super Bowl. You know, whenever he came in the year before, they were one bad game away from making the Super Bowl. They played horrible in the NFC Championship game. I still think they were the better team than the Eagles are on paper, but they get the better quarterback. He hasn't really done much. And my big thing is I think Mike Zimmer is on the hot seat. I really, truly do. And
I don't disagree, man. And they don't have a backup quarterback. They obviously do now. I'm trying to load up Kirk Cousins' contract.
He just signed a year or two ago, and so
he's under contract this year. He's under contract next year with big money, but he's gone the year after, and most likely he is actually gone. So getting a guy to now be your quarterback of the future, possibly, as well as a good backup, which again they don't have. They literally had no one you could name in the NFL as a backup quarterback. No. Kellen Mond is really, really good. He's a hot and cold guy. So is Kirk Cousins, though. So I think this is a good transitional guy that it's a good scheme for him. But unfortunately, if this continues, it probably won't be the same scheme that he gets drafted into.
I kind of get the vibes. It's kind of the same thing with Jalen Hurts last year, the Eagles. You're drafting a quarterback way higher than probably fans expect or want. It's like, I'm assuming Viking fans knew they were going to dress the quarterback. It was going to be a day 3 late guy, round 7. They'll get Felipe Franks, Sam Ellinger. guy like that. But now they're kind of getting a quarterback a lot earlier with a lot bigger needs, especially the edge rusher. Could be, a guy that, Cousins feels the pressure, goes out and plays worse than he already does. I mean, he's not a bad quarterback, but he's also not a great quarterback.
Yeah.
And, maybe Kellen Mond just beats him out for midseason, or, he sits a year and they look at it next year and they say,
Yeah.
Mond's our guy.
I think you have to kind of figure out next year. I think he clearly has to sit for at least a year. Maybe next year you can figure out with him that he's worthy enough to kind of get the pick for them. But again, they need a future option. But moving on, the Texans are about to pick. They need probably fucking everything. Their best player is in some weird discussions right now that we won't necessarily get into because it's just too much, and you really don't even know what the fuck's going on.
True.
So besides that, their team is in complete flux. Their ownership is fucked. They brought in a GM that's kind of along the same views as them, so I don't know how well that's going to go along. But they don't truly have like a running back I care about. They have a weird wide receiving core. They just lost Will Fuller. Huh?
David Johnson.
David Johnson got cut, I believe.
Oh, never mind. Then, yeah, their teams are useless.
Right?
I mean, he should have been cut while he was in Arizona.
Maybe they cut him, but I think they signed someone else, so I don't think he's like the starter. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
He's still with the Texans.
So they have David Johnson, but they signed Mark Ingram and Philip Lindsay. That's why I thought he got cut.
They signed somebody, but
so he could get cut still.
But
what is going on?
Who do they pay?
So they did sign Tyrod Taylor to be their backup quarterback. They just drafted Davis Mills. The next quarterback of the future is off the board. They maybe are planning to be without Deshaun Watson, whether that's because of legal battles or because they just trade him because he also obviously doesn't want to play there. Either way, Davis Mills has been talked about as the best of that like third tier quarterback of this class. Obviously being I guess fourth tier because it's like Justin Fields and Lawrence, and then it's like Lance and Wilson, and then it's like Mac Jones on his own, and then it's Davis Mills, Mond, and Trask all together. I think Mills has a lot to be like. There's a lot of questions with him, but he can do everything on the field. Honestly, you talked to him at his pro day. I listened in for your questions. What do you think about Davis Mills?
It's kind of got the same thing as Walker Little. Just a super, super smart individual. Obviously, like you look at the school he's at, but I think that's going to be really intriguing for an NFL team. I just saw a stat at the bottom of the screen that Stanford has produced the second most amount of quarterbacks in the NFL draft. I think it points to the type of person that they are. They're going to be smart individuals coming out of Stanford. I know a lot of people that compete at Stanford sports, and they don't just care about sports. They want academics as well. And so you're getting a smart guy. I don't remember the question I even asked him, but I remember like at the end of his response, it's like he is a really educated guy, and it's going to be really appealing for an NFL offense. It's not a guy that he's been thinking football. This is my life. I can't do anything else. He's truly, he breaks down plays. He breaks down the situation. And I mean, it's going to be super intriguing, especially for an NFL franchise that doesn't know where the hell they're going tomorrow, let alone this season.
Yeah, and I guess you take it knowing that the Falcons were up after them, could get a QB of the future too. But they're on the board. They need running back bad. They could probably use a little bit of interior offensive line.
I like Kenny Gainwell right here.
And they want not Kenny Gainwell, unfortunately. I'll let you catch up on the pick while I look at their team.
God. Let's see.
Just let me know when you get it.
I got it.
Jalen Mayfield. Yeah. I like the guy. I think he should have went in round 2. They have Jake Matthews, who has had a good amount of success at left tackle. Right tackle, however, Caleb McGarry, they drafted pretty high and has definitely not lived up to expectations. While you could still give him the shot and let Mayfield start at left guard for you, where they have Willie Wright, who definitely should not be starter. They have Matt Hennessy at center as well. I think that could be picked as well. They're clearly avoiding the running back position, knowing they can pair a few of these guys with Mike Davis, at least for this year, and be good with it, which I'm fine with. I mean, in our mega mock, me and Christian had the Falcons trade up in one of the last picks of the third to take Trey Sermon. I think that still could happen here. I think this is a fantastic pick for them. They need to fix the offensive line. They still need an edge rusher, easy. They still need corner help, as you pointed out in our mega mock with the Patrick Surtain at 4 pick. That's a great pick. Richie Grant, I think, was a good pick. I think they've nailed this draft. It's just they still, because they were so bad, they still have a lot of needs. So it looks like they're not nailing it, but they are. Like they got Kyle Pitts, who's quite possibly the best player of the draft, and now their tight ends are ridiculous. They got Richie Grant. They needed at least a starting safety help. Now that's ridiculous. So I mean, we're looking good.
I love the draft that they're having. Like you said, like they at 4 had an opportunity to get the best player in the draft, and they took full advantage of it. You know, if they return everybody, you know, there's obviously the rumors that Julio's going to be traded. If Julio stays, you know, looking at that offense, their offense is going to be scary good next year. And then obviously with their defense, we just started round 3. There's still rounds 4, rounds 5, round 6 and 7 to address the defense position. And there could be a guy that they're really high on that's a diamond in the rough that they know they can get round 6. So I like the moves that they're doing. They're just filling in the holes right now.
All right. And the Bengals pick is now in. They have started the draft with Jamar Chase, and they went with Jackson Carman, who was a reach, in my opinion, but still a good pick because they needed O-line help for sure. They now address another position need. I don't know if you guys are up to date yet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Bengals drafted Joseph Asai, who's really, really fucking good. Should have went in round 2 by far. Honestly, he's kind of – it's like Jason Away, but with stats. It's not a direct correlation by any means, but they needed edge by a huge margin for sure. They just got it. They could still use a center. They could still use a tight end, maybe a linebacker corner. I mean, they could use a lot of things still, but they're still killing it. This is a great pick by the Bengals.
It is. I mean, you look at the Jackson Carman reach, and like I talked about when they made the pick, if they're picking him as a guard, it's a really good pick. And I wouldn't say a really good pick because he probably wasn't the best interior offensive lineman there at the time, but it's still not as bad of a pick as it seemingly is when you consider him a tackle. With Osai, though, I mean, this is a guy that I think should have gone at the back of the first, just on athleticism alone and just his raw ability to be bendy. So, and he has some versatility too. He lined up as an outside linebacker. I'm not entirely sure how he fits the Bengals scheme because I'm pretty sure they're an even front, right? So he's going to be hand in the dirt now, right?
But you could be a stand-up 4-3 edge still.
You can, yeah.
And he does get into the dirt a good amount. But that is a good fit. It's a great talent pick, in my opinion. Adam, we'll be right back, guys. But Panthers pick is in. They've drafted J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall Jr. already, and they get Brady Christensen, a tackle, one of the last ones available. Obviously, Jalen Mayfield just went a couple picks before, so they get another position need for them for sure. They needed to address future tackle, so it's a great pick in my opinion. So,
yeah, plain
and simple. I mean, it's the biggest need on our team need still, for a reason.
Yeah, I like Christensen a bit, and I mean. It's nice that he's here in the third because at this point he's a value pick too. I think he was a second-round talent based on the film. I mean, we talked about Zach Wilson a lot, and a lot of those other guys got love. You've got Brady Christensen. There were a couple guys on like the inside, like the interior too, that were just very, very good. I just don't think they came out this year. I think they're in next year's draft. But man, he was able to keep Zach Wilson from being pressured pretty much all year. He's got a very, very good anchor. And this is a great pick. I mean, the Panthers stay killing it. in the last 2 drafts, I am loving what Matt Rule is doing. If I were a Panthers fan, I'd be stoked. Quarterback is still obviously a question mark. And passing on Justin Fields may come back to haunt them in the future. But I think, again, we've talked about it. Sam Darnold, we think he has the talent. And in Joe Brady's offense, it's a very simple offense to run. Teddy Bridgewater looked good at times in 2020. So,
and I think this is more them just showing they actually believe in Sam, who actually I think needs a little bit of encouragement right now. So good. Yeah. It's a good pick. So they get a tackle of the future. Good for them. Giants now on the clock, who got their 17th wide receiver, and they got quite possibly the best edge of the class, and Azeez Ojulari in the second. They're now on the board in the third with just floating away, really. I think this is a huge landing spot for Baron Browning. I think this has to be the pick.
It's got to be, man. It's got to be, especially with he's a perfect scheme fit. I had mocked Zaven Collins to them earlier.
Well, that's Azeez took that
by far,
half of that, and Browning takes the other half.
Yeah, and if not, I mean, he can go to Detroit with the next pick. So
yeah, or Philly,
Yeah,
I fucking hate this kid. He just
No, the Giants. They got a lot of hate for the Kadarius Toney pick in the first round. Probably rightfully so, with some of the receivers that we saw come off after. It should have been Bateman, but as a Giants fan, you have to be excited that they're committed to at least putting weapons around Daniel Jones
or the future quarterback,
or the quarterback that they draft next year if he fails. So. And next year's quarterback class is fun. I can't wait to start talking about them starting Sunday.
Yeah. So obviously they need linebacker, in my opinion, but they also need guard center too. So this could be a few different people. This could be the Quinn Miners, Wyatt Davis pick that we've been waiting on. But I think Baron Browning just shouldn't be at the board. That's my opinion.
Yeah. The problem with Browning, I think, is the scheme fit. Part of it and I think Ryan Roberts, formerly of Sports Illustrated and the Draft Bible, now I think he's with Expand the Box Score, but he highlighted the problems with Baron Browning and why he's such a unique player. But man, these coaches have to like what he put on film in 2020 at the very least, but they didn't go that way. They went with Aaron Robinson, the corner out of UCF that was being mocked in the first round for a few weeks there, who we actually really like here at the Cut. Randy, what does he do well?
Slot nickel corner. It's what he is, pure, and he's really, really good at it. There's no just degradation about that. He's very, very good at it. He's a great worker. He rides your hip. He plays the ball pretty well. I think he's going to be a great addition to a pretty good secondary. I think they definitely probably needed a new nickel slot corner. So good pick. And Lions quickly on the pick again. I do love the third round. They drafted Penei Sewell and Levi on Wuzurike already, 2 absolute studs. They have Rag now making the pick, who they recently extended, I believe, or picked up his 5th-year option, so good for him. And okay, didn't see that coming.
Jabril Cox?
Nope, not a linebacker.
Quarterback?
Nope.
I saw they all went when I was gone.
Yeah, as soon as you left, Kellen Mond went off.
I know. Kellen Mond and Davis Mills I was here for Trask.
No.
Aleem McNeil, damn it. I was kind of hoping he would fall to the Browns.
The Browns, yes, we know. But the thing is here, they already drafted a 3-tech D-tackle and Levi on Wuzurike. Now they drafted a 1-tech and Aleem McNeil. They clearly wanted to retool this D-tackle, D-line, whatever, completely. I think they have a complete D-line now. I think the Eagles should be rushing to the board to pick a fucking linebacker, Baron Browning, Jabril Cox. I don't give a shit who it is. They should pick one of them.
Yeah.
Who did they pick in the second?
The Eagles selected Landon Dickerson.
Landon Dickerson. Okay, so they still need a corner too. So a fee too makes perfect sense to me.
I like that pick. I mean, I think they just need to start addressing their defense, in my opinion. Ronnie Perkins,
Yeah.
is right?
Yes, he is. It's just edge is one of those positions with them. They brought back Derek Barnett. Still, they have like elder statesmen there, so maybe you get one of the future. I mean, it's true. They have really good guys, but they're older. Brennan Graham, I believe, and someone else.
And Barnett's on his last year of his contract.
Yes, he is. He's on his 5th-year option, I believe.
Yeah.
And Jesus, what is going on? It's the same thing with the goddamn quarterbacks. They just all flew off the board.
Tommy Togiai?
No. One punch himself, Milton Williams.
Oh, what a great draft pick.
It
Good job,
is.
Eagles.
It is. It's a good guy to pair with Fletcher Cox, I think. I don't know, man.
That's
it's a weird
great draft pick.
It's a weird pick when you know, like, corner and linebackers a bigger need, in my opinion. But it's a good draft pick.
It's probably fair. I mean, that's another guy I wanted the Browns to get because he's still learning how to play on the inside. Like he's listed. Okay, good. They listed him as a D tackle.
He is.
So he played mostly edge up until 2020, and then he slid into like a 3-tech role. And in that 3-tech role, so he's not like he wasn't quick enough, I don't think, or twitchy enough or bendy enough to be a good edge rusher. But now we're seeing that as a 3-tech, like this dude, he's still learning the position, and he is powerful as hell and athletic as hell. Adam, you should be stoked about this pick. I love it. I love it.
I really, really like this pick. We've needed help at the defensive line, especially, Fletcher Cox is starting to, get older, and he's getting hurt. Seems like every other game. I really love this pick. We're pretty fine at the edge with Brandon Graham, even though he has his time's coming up. What's his name? Derek Barnett. He's obviously still there. But I really like this pick at defensive tackle for the Eagles. Another G5 player. I'm not super big on the school he attended, but
some bias there. Like I said, there's other positions in need maybe, but who cares? At least they address the defense starting now, and they can continue it. I mean, good pick. Washington already with the pick in. Has everyone seen it?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Okay.
I like
Adam?
it a little bit.
Benjamin St. Juice from Minnesota, a guy you cannot find goddamn film on, but a guy that I did like at the Senior Bowl. Again, I don't know why Afitu's falling. It makes absolutely no sense to me. The dude's an absolute workhorse. Whoever ends up getting him, I hope it's the fucking Raiders. It's going to be insane because he's going to light up this league. But St. Juice, from what you've seen, is very, very good. I think he's going to play really well in this scheme for Washington. They needed cornerback help, obviously. It's another team that's just killing it with top-end, just versatile, athletic pieces at their positions of need. I mean, I can't hate the pick at all. If I wanted to go someone else, who cares? You know what I mean? It's just how it goes.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted because there must be some shootings happening in Columbus tonight because it's very siren-y out there. No, I like this pick, but yeah, I said siren-y. You heard me.
Siren-y.
I think this is starting to be a free fall for De'Ami Brown and Ronnie Perkins specifically.
What about Baron Browning?
Baron Browning too. Again, it's a guy that I love. It's a guy that you love. It's a guy that's a lot of draft Twitter loves, but I get it. He's very scheme specific, man. And so the Chargers are coming up at 77, I think.
Yes.
So the Chargers are coming up at 77, and if Baron Browning is not the selection, I would be shocked. Although, who did they select in the second round? Why am I blanking?
The Chargers, they selected Dude, I don't remember.
I don't either. Adam, do you remember?
Oh,
I'll bring it up.
Chargers.
Okay. Oh, Asante Samuel.
Okay, so that's good. Baron Browning still fits. So Baron Browning could step right into that Melvin Ingram role. While like I know he's an edge rusher, I get it, but I think that's the problem with Baron Browning is you don't know what he is because he just showed us that, like he can be effective as an outside linebacker. I also don't know what type of scheme the Chargers defense is gonna run this year with the new regime, and I think it's going to be similar to the Rams. And Baron Browning on the Rams would be just ideal. So I don't know, man. I know the Cowboys aren't selecting Baron Browning, and if they do, they're fucking stupid. So I don't think they're too stupid.
I hope not. So they've drafted a corner, linebacker. I mean, shit. Edge, D tackle, O tackle,
safety.
Yeah, but safety they have
no one.
Who do they? No, they have someone. Stop it.
Trayvon Diggs when he fails as a corner.
Why are you so mean? Trayvon Diggs is not failing as a corner. Stop.
He was good last year, but he wasn't that good.
So they have Keanu Neal, who they brought in, and Donovan Wilson is strong. So they do need safety. But offensive line wise, they have Tyron Smith, Connor Williams at left guard. Yes and no. Tyler Biage at center. I do like Zach Martin at guard and Lael Collins at right tackle. So they really just need depth at offensive line, really, and maybe a replacement at left guard, if that. So
they're getting older, though. I will say, like that's what you're talking about, though. They need to start building for when all those guys retire at the same time. I think Spencer Brown would be a good pick. I think James Hudson as a developmental guy also makes some sense.
Yeah. It's smarter to do it like once a year instead of just like 3 at once, like the Raiders.
Yeah, that was not ideal. I also mocked Ronnie Perkins to them in the second in my mock, I believe. So Ronnie Perkins still being here to work opposite of DeMarcus Lawrence now, and who else do they have? They brought one of them back, not Aldon Smith because they let him go, but it was another.
They have Lawrence, Carlos Watkins, Randy Gregory.
Randy Gregory is what I was thinking.
And they have Neville Gallimore, D tackle, and this draft pick.
Togiai?
Nope.
Okay. Osa over Togiai? Am I missing something?
Nope. I don't get it at all.
I mean, I like Osa a lot. I do. And I realized that we were probably higher on Togiai.
Nah, fuck it.
But I mean, Togiai also like bench pressed 40 reps because you saw that on film how powerful he is. Osa, he's just got a quick first step, and then after that, like I don't know what Osa is. I don't know if we talked about him as like a hybrid 3-tech, 5-tech where you have to split him outside to be effective. I don't know.
No, you're right, man. I really don't know. He could go here for the Saints. Obviously, they have drafted Peyton Turner and Pete Warner, so they love peas. So who starts with the P that's here?
Ronnie
Perkins to be the other edge. No, let's hopefully not. They need corner help. They need receiver help. Linebacker, they've kind of covered, I would say. I think they should get one later, but probably not here. Safety, they need help. They do need another D tackle, probably. So it does make sense if they want Tommy Togiai.
It does. I mean, I also think that offense has been neglected thus far, which they have to.
Hey, go wide receiver. I'm all for that.
I think De'Ami Brown with Jameis
sense.
Winston.
That makes perfect sense. De'Ami Brown selection. Can't wait for this to be someone I don't care about.
It's going to be
They draft
Anthony
a position,
Schwartz.
They draft a position of need.
Oh boy.
Not the guy I wanted.
All right. Well, I'm not there yet, so.
Yep. We're gonna throw to Adam once he sees it.
I saw it.
Have you seen it, Christian?
Not yet.
Just take your
I'm way
time.
behind.
No rush.
Paulson Adebo.
All right, Adam. It's yet another guy that you asked a question to, Paulson Adebo. What do you think of the pick for the Saints, who definitely need corner depth and maybe much more with Lattimore having possible legal issues coming up?
I mean, when you look at cornerback, help. They need cornerback help. There's no hiding it. I mean, especially now in the division that they're in, you look at what Atlanta's added in the last couple of days and what they already had, what Tampa Bay already has, and what Carolina has added this week. They need as much cornerback help as they possibly can, and you're getting a guy right here. It's same thing I've been saying about every single Stanford player is have a very high football IQ, and that's someone you're getting right here.
Yeah. My issues with Adebo stem from the fact that maybe it was the games I watched for him, but I don't think that he's great in either man or zone. I think he's okay at both, but he's an athletic freak with clearly a high football IQ. So I think this pick makes a ton of sense.
I think it's
but
also,
again, go ahead.
There's better cornerbacks on the board. There's no questioning that right now, but they need help at cornerback, and he's going to fill that need. You're adding Sean Payton, who has another very high football IQ. Maybe he can find the spark in him, but
did I miss the Melifonwu pick when I was gone or something? Or
nope, he's still on the board.
Kind of worse.
Wow.
Unless he just got picked.
He did not.
And neither did Baron Browning, clearly.
Nope. I believe this is a guy that Adam put in the mock draft, mega mock, and I was like, who?
Yeah.
And they changed it out for a big 5 player, which is fine, or a group of 5 player.
Josh Palmer with day 2 capital.
Yeah, this is a bad pick.
No, okay.
No, it is. No, it's the day 2 capital. That's
so day 2 capital would be fine, but why not take De'Ami Brown, who does everything that Josh Palmer does, except in my opinion better? God damn it. I get wanting to get a deep threat, right? Because Mike Williams is on the last year of his deal. And you're going to have a jump ball kind of guy, but and Josh Palmer didn't have a lot of good quarterback play, so it was a tough eval for sure. But he is a guy that can go up and get it. But here's the thing. You've got De'Ami Brown on the board. You've got Nico Collins on the board. You've got other jump ball or deep threat specialists that can do everything that Josh Palmer can do. I love Josh Palmer as a prospect. You're right. It's a bad pick.
Well, and then you bring up Ronnie Perkins on the board. They need an edge opposite Joey Bosa still, in my opinion. So I think that was a better – I mean, when you go through and there's much better picks on the board, that's when it's like, okay, why? It just becomes a whole why situation.
They're getting a wide receiver. They needed help at that, and they're getting a deep threat. I get they're filling needs. They're just better players for that need there, and kind of like we did the mega mock draft. I think he's being overdrafted. It was when I don't remember who I replaced him with, but I remember I realized that guy was on the board, and I immediately switched.
Maybe you took a group of 5 receiver. I can't remember who it was.
Maybe he just didn't realize De'Ami Brown was still there.
God damn it.
De'Ami, shit. I mean that stuff happens, which is crazy. De'Ami Brown falling to the Browns would just be like.
When did the Browns pick?
Soonish.
80, 81, 82, 83, 84, somewhere around there. Maybe 85 or 6 or 7 or 8. I narrowed it down for you. I know. Vikings, I still haven't seen the pick, so.
All right. They selected
Chaz Surratt.
Chaz Surratt. Definitely a third round linebacker to me. How the fuck is Baron Brown on the board? Surratt's a guy that is definitely he's ultra new to the position. He did not play. He played quarterback for UNC for a year. So I mean, I think that spells all you need to. He is definitely not afraid to get his nose in there. He led the team. I think he was led the ACC in tackles, I believe, this year. He was a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, and he's still learning the position. He's a great cover linebacker. He knows how to deliver a blow. I think he's a perfect fit in the third round, especially for a team that maybe needs more coverage to the linebacker position, which I think the Vikings do. They have two really good linebackers, but they also more are run stuffers than pass cover guys. And this is just an athletic freak that can take over at the next level, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I like Surratt for what he is, which is, I think, probably more developmental than people want to believe. I think he definitely needs to learn a lot of the nuance in the position, but he is a really good athlete. Obviously, he was a quarterback prior to transitioning to the linebacker position. So, I mean, I don't hate it. I also, can Baron Browning come off the board, please? If he's a day 3 guy, I'm gonna.
I hope he goes right here. The Raiders could use him.
They could, and he fits the mold. Big school.
The Raiders have back-to-back picks here. I wouldn't be shocked
Spencer
if this
Brown.
is a corner and linebacker. This is a guard. A tackle, I guess, isn't off the walls take either at this position. Spencer Brown's a pretty this is where you should go. So I'm not mad
It's a
at
good
it.
value now. Yeah.
Honestly, they could go pretty much everywhere except maybe safety or running back or quarterback even probably, and I think I'd be happy. Probably wide receiver too. I don't think I'd want that.
They're taking Trey Sermon and Jamie Newman.
Good God.
They better not do that.
No. Please.
Man, I'm starting to get nervous for some.
Give me a feet tune Baron Browning, and I'll die.
I also think Hunter Long and Brevin Jordan would make some sense. I know they have Darren Waller. I know they have Foster Moreau now, but they lost Jason Witten, or they gained by losing Jason Witten. And so you could stand to add to that tight end room, especially with how they use Waller. I'd go with the better blocking tight end, which is probably Hunter Long at this point, just because Brevin was only okay at it. But what I was going to say is I'm starting to get nervous from a fantasy perspective for some of these wide receivers because day 1 and day 2 capital is like the important part. We see a ton of guys that I thought would be off the board even by now. De'Ami Brown, Tylan Wallace, guys like Seth Williams, Nico Collins, as I mentioned before. I think we're going to see a little bit of a run here before the end of the night, but I am starting to get a little concerned.
There's still 26 picks left in this round.
Oh yeah,
Let's not forget that part.
26.
Yeah, there's a lot of comp.
There's 105. There's the last pick in the third round is 105, I believe.
Sounds right.
Yeah. Adam.
Adam's like, all right, I'm out of here.
That bitch up.
I think Quinn Miners makes some sense here as well, and Wyatt Davis.
There's honestly, if you gave me a feet to and anyone else, I'd be happy. Honestly, just because they need corner help. It's just they plain and simple do.
A guy that we had is our interior defensive line 3, Davion Nixon, we had him 3, right behind Levi. I did read earlier this week that there are some character and off-field concerns. I don't know the legitimacy of that, but so he does have problems with his grades, but that was due to like a learning disability. But there was like a sexual harassment thing at his old college, which I did not know until, like I said, this week. So I am not shocked to see him falling. I would be shocked if he was an early day 3 pick, to be honest, with some of that. I mean, I saw it was like a few different cases filed under Title IX. So
that's not good. Not by any
Yeah.
stretch of the imagination.
yeah, you don't want to be drafting Deshaun Watson. Yikes.
Dude, there's so many players here. I have no idea what's going on, man.
I think Ronnie Perkins could. I know you said that they invested a lot in the defensive line, which they did. But if they think that Farrell's going to move inside permanently and be like that rushing 3 tech, like I still think they could use some help. They've got Max Crosby, they've got Ngakoue, and then what's their depth after that?
I don't think it's like crazy, but I mean, just like you said, if you think Farrell's going to move inside, why does that mean he can't move outside if they need the depth?
Well, I think the line of thinking is because he hasn't been super effective from the outside, right? I mean,
no, they also have Carl Nassib too, who they like.
Yeah, that's true. But also speed guy Anthony Schwartz would make some sense here because Raiders.
Such a shit take. And I hate that it kind of fits.
It does. I can tell you they're not picking running back. They might pick quarterback.
They could. I just don't see why, because you still have Mariota. It honestly makes no sense to take one when you still have glaring holes.
Yeah. But Raiders.
Shut your whore mouth.
Great analysis, Christian.
He's just mad because I've been right about every Browns pick so far.
No, I'm not mad. You know,
that is because he wasn't here for the Kellen Mond pick. Come on.
In thinking about it, Randy, in all of my mocks for the Browns, I never once gave them a second round receiver. Like I should have known that wasn't going to be the case. I think they do go receiver here in the 3rd round, but they only have one pick now, so maybe they don't. I mean, if Tommy Togiai falls to them, then sign me up for that instead.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Or Brownie.
Yeah, Jesus. I don't think they'll do that, to be honest, just because they already got a guy that's super scheme dependent. And then,
I'm just kidding. It's just hilarious that he's on the board.
I hope Aaron Browning comes off the board here. I don't even see him.
It feels like I missed him, and I don't think I did. Did we?
I mean, maybe when I was gone. He's not on Mel's best available. Did Baron Browning get selected? Baron Browning draft. When I stepped away, I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it. But then I wonder, I don't know. I guess I wonder why he's not even. Did Mel Kiper just hate him a ton? Like,
I mean, Mel Kiper's stupid, so.
Yeah. I just don't know how you can watch Baron Browning's 2020 film and watch him fall to round 3. Fair enough. He did not. His interns did, though. All right. Watch this be like some Ernest Jones character.
Dude, come on, please. They nailed the 2nd pick. Just let me have this. They could nail both of these.
They could. They should. They will.
Shit.
They didn't. Spencer Brown.
No.
I still haven't seen it.
No.
Is it Anthony Schwartz?
No. It's defense.
Wow. Ew.
Okay.
That's cool. Okay, Christian.
I joked about Ernest Jones and they went with Malcolm Kuntz.
Yeah.
I've heard good things about him. I didn't actually study him, and I feel like a bad scout for that.
Terrible.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about him, though. I think he makes sense for what the Raiders need. He's an athletic guy, I believe. I don't remember what his relative athletic score was, but looks like he's more of that like hybrid edge rusher type of deal, right? So he goes into a standing up outside rusher role. Randy, is that correct? You think?
Yeah.
So
they
Max
made
Crosby.
They made their other pick as well. They drafted Divine Debo as the safety from Virginia Tech.
Oh no.
So,
Jeff is back. Divine
Yeah.
Diablo.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the round 3 picks. That's for sure.
I agree. There's some interesting ones. I don't know. This has not been a fun fantasy draft. I'll put it that way. It's been a fun football draft, but it has not been a fun fantasy draft.
Well, so Jeff, that's what I was just saying. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for a lot of these, especially wide receivers, but running backs as well. If we don't see them a run on them here, and they all end up with day 3 capital, what are we doing? What are we doing, Jeff? Are we scared?
You grab one and pray. I don't know.
That's
I think that I think that what we're seeing play out is kind of something that we always knew with this class, that, you know, once you get past like that pick, the way it falls for me, it's like that pick 203, pick 206-ish in Superflex. Once you get past there, it is just personal preference. And I think we're seeing a lot of that play out in this draft. I think teams are kind of looking at it the same way, that and some of the guys that maybe we've been higher on with, like Tylan Wallace and Amon-Ra St. Brown, maybe just, I don't know. I think if you look back, like they're good football players, but they don't pop. Like I think is part of the struggle.
Well, here's the thing with like Amon-Ra St. Brown, like you've got a guy who's highly recruited, fairly athletic, like not super athletic, but a fairly good route runner and an interesting player in that, like, he wins in different ways from the slot. Profiles very similarly to like a Robert Woods or a Juju Smith-Schuster. And I just think what's happening right now is a lot of these teams are just going need instead of taking what I think could be BPA. De'Ami Brown being on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Michael Carter too.
Do you see who our boy went in round 2? I'm really excited.
Which one?
2-2?
Dwayne.
Eskridge. Yeah.
Okay. I love Eskridge, man. I love that landing spot. No, but it's we got some picks coming up here though that could change the complexion a little bit. You know, with Tennessee, with Green Bay, if Tylan Wallace, Amon-Ra St. Brown land with Tennessee or Green Bay, I think that they're going to get pumped to the moon anyways, regardless of being late 3rd round picks.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Now, Jeff, as our resident Ohio State guy, as the Dolphins select Hunter Long, what are you thinking of this Baron Browning free fall?
I don't know what to make of it. So he's a guy, I've obviously seen him a lot, and it was the type of thing where we were waiting for Baron Browning to happen, and then he finally did happen, and I think maybe that scared teams off a little bit. I like Warner. I was surprised kind of where he went, but surely a team sees him as an off-ball linebacker. I don't know. This has just been an interesting, especially the 3rd round's been interesting.
You know, I wonder, looking back to the 2020 NFL draft, I remember the discussion leading up to that draft was, this is going to be the most difficult draft for NFL teams because of the virtual nature of like the workouts and stuff. Well, this year, the challenge was there's limited tape, like there's limited film that teams could watch. You had to rely on some of those like virtual interviews and workouts and stuff like that. I think we're seeing like kind of the opposite of last year, where last year was very, very chalky and everyone knew where players were going to go. And then this year it's kind of like we're all over the place. For example, like guys like Baron Brown and guys like De'Ami Brown, where De'Ami Brown, I saw him in a couple 1st-round mocks. Like I'm a little shocked that he's still there. Michael Carter, the same way. Like everyone said, he was an early 2nd-round pick. Trey Sermon, who our boy Matt Waldman is obsessed with, loves Trey Sermon. He's still sitting there. I kind of think this Washington pick could be one of the guys that I just mentioned. I don't know that they double dip on linebacker, but I do think that they could go a skill position here.
I think they could double dip at corner, but that's probably the only place they double dip. Maybe, I guess they could go with another like offensive linemen, but I just don't see it as like an ungodly need. But they don't really have like ungodly needs though. I mean, they could use a big body receiver, maybe a tight end of the future, but
Well, I think you hit on it though. I think the reality of what happened was last year, all the legwork was done. You know, everybody had been to campuses, all the regional scouts had been out, and this year that piece was just gone for a lot of it. You know, they did their very best that they could, but they didn't get quite that same level, and that's certainly part of it. I don't know. I mean, sometimes we're wrong. Sometimes teams are wrong. Sometimes it lands in the middle, and we all have process, and we all have guys that we fall in love with. So, and teams are the exact same way. You know, the reality of it is, and it's tough too because you can narrow down on some of these guys, Diami Brown, Amon Ra, but at the same time, it only takes every team to fall in love with 2 or 3 guys in front of them that are on the board, and then they fall, and that's what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually shocked too that now, I mean, there was a lot of hype for Tommy Tremble being the 2nd or 3rd tight end off the board. Tommy Tremble's there as well.
Brevin Jordan's still on there, right?
Brevin Jordan.
I'm starting to hold my breath as a Bills fan because I know they talked about that they wanted to address tight end, and I don't know that Jacob Hollister is addressing tight end. So I kind of wanted him at his functional strength as a tight end. Obviously, we have some questions about that, but at the end of the 2nd round, I was kind of eyeing that pick, and now we're kind of coming up on the clock here too. So I wouldn't mind that, but
it'd be nice if they addressed anything besides edge, honestly.
Yeah. But we needed it. I don't know.
But like, did you need 2 though? Because now you got like 5.
Kinda though, because
but
what about
you have like
5? So you
have Mario Addisi, Epinesa, both
Addison. So Addison and Jerry Hughes are both like 34. So
true,
they're almost as old as me, and I'm not going to be getting after any quarterbacks anytime soon. But
still,
flag football
I give up the dream. I think I've given up my dream on getting after a quarterback. But yeah, Epinesa, I don't know. I didn't love him last year when they took him.
I liked him. I mean, I think he's. I don't think he's like an elite edge by any concern, but like,
was he a day 2 pick?
He was a day 2 pick because they didn't have the first last. They traded the first for Diggs last year.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Washington's on the clock here. They're about to pick. They've addressed they've gone need by need. So I guess safety would be the next thing. So is it Jamar Johnson? Maybe that's
Tyree Gillespie. Maybe.
All right.
I think I love him more than teams do. What'd you say, Adam?
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out before Howie does something dumb and trades back in to take quarterback.
All right.
Here we go. There's the
Sounds good, Adam.
All right.
Adam.
See you later, Adam.
Yeah.
See you, dude. Thanks for joining us. Okay. He was gone before I said that, so that's embarrassing. Did you say?
Well, if they're listening to the podcast, Christian, they didn't know that, so you can just play along with it.
That's true. I don't know if we'll publish these. We'll see.
Okay.
They're 4-hour episodes. So I don't even know if Anchor supports that.
Chop them up,
man.
Yeah, Diami Brown in Washington. So we got one of these wide receivers off the board.
Yeah, they like small, fast, 3-level threat guys. That's all they have.
Yeah.
Just keep the trend going.
This is good news though. And guess what? Guess what, guys? We've got a treat for you. We've got some highlights. Because I thought he was going to be a higher pick. So now we've got some 3rd rounders on the highlight film. Diami Brown, people are split on him, right? So he doesn't attack the ball super well, but then you see some of these clips where, he goes up and he can get it. I think his hands are a little questionable, but outside of that, like, he knows how to run 9 routes. And I think when you have Terry McLaurin and Logan Thomas and now Curtis Samuel, you need someone to take the top off. So now you've got 3-level wide receivers. You've got Curtis Samuel underneath. You've got Terry McLaurin in the intermediate. And then you've got Diami Brown to take the top off. Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to love this. I don't know if he's ever going to make the throws, but
I was going to say he's going to love like the speed, I'm sure, but he's used to like some big body guys now after the last few years. So maybe this is all weird for him.
Cam Sims.
I guess, yeah.
Cam Sims.
He had a moment.
He had a moment. You've also got Steven Sims there, who profiled as like
he had a little bit of a moment. But.
He had a moment his rookie year. Yeah. He was pretty good his rookie year, and then he got hurt last year. So And Kelvin Harmon coming back. They have some weapons. I think they could have been a little more aggressive in getting a quarterback, but so the Panthers selected someone that made Randy sad. Let's see. They selected. Randy's about to break the news to me because of how slow my freaking stream is.
Maybe.
All right, I just wanted to stop in and say hi and see how you guys are doing. I was going to see if Kevin was still here to make fun of him about just missing out on more by a pick. I'm sure he handled that very well.
Oh, he was not happy.
He was a sad man.
Sad panda. Did he just disappear right afterwards?
No, but it didn't help. He stuck around for a few picks. It just didn't help that I, being like a Raiders fan, was just like, ha, sucks to suck. Traded up in front of you, didn't we?
I'm sure you handled that very well. Christian, you got. I love Browns draft. I just love the Browns offseason. I think the Browns crushed.
Yeah, they did. It's going to be us versus you, Jeff. I really think that
you blew us away in offseason, though. It's
maybe. I mean, but the thing is you guys were further along. I think.
Yeah, and we kept everybody. That was big.
Yeah, I also think. I mean, I think both teams closed ground on the Chiefs. I think that's the more important part.
Yeah.
But Chiefs retooled and
they retooled that O-line though.
Yeah, the O-line's better than it was by far.
Yeah.
So it's
crazy.
All right, I'm
Jeff,
gonna bounce, but I just wanted to
thanks
say
for
hi.
stopping by. Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Have a good night, man.
You too.
See ya.
All right. Panthers though select Tommy Tremble. I was about to say before the pick came in, hey, maybe they could get Tommy Tremble. That's right. Exactly what I thought. Good job, boy. No, I still think Brevin Jordan should be off the board here. He could be a Cowboys pick. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, but he's off the board for the Panthers. They're another team that's kind of killing the draft, going position by position, knocking them off one by one. There's still plenty of guys here that I'm just like, how the fuck are they on the board, though?
Yeah. I mean, Melifonwu, especially. So I keep looking up at Mel's best available. I see this Ernest Jones character out of South Carolina over, I think, Melifonwu, over Spencer Brown. Just guys that, and maybe he is. Maybe I didn't study him long enough, but we're getting to the nitty-gritty where I think like the Cowboys could go rogue here and not take defense. They should take defense. They also selected Osa Odigizua.
Yeah, I didn't have time to put in that fucking travesty of a name.
Yeah, here, let me update.
It doesn't matter. They just drafted another guy. Not the guy I thought they would, but there's the Cowboys for you.
Do that.
Try and let you catch up on that.
It's a slow process for me over here. Okay, so the Cowboys selected Chauncey Golston. Okay, I mean, Chauncey Golston is a guy that I believe the guys at TDN, Locked On NFL Draft, they were super, super fond of. It's a guy that I really didn't get to dive into, unfortunately, so I don't have a ton of commentary on him, but from what I've heard, he's pretty bendy. He can pretty much be used in a 4-3 type of role. He's just an outside 5 tech, maybe bounce outside of 7 tech. He's got some speed to him. A very productive guy, 12 sacks in his career, 27 tackles for loss. And that's playing at Iowa, who didn't really – I mean, he was playing next to Davion Nixon at times. But I'm actually shocked that, I guess not outside of – on film, Davion Nixon is the best defensive lineman there. But I did talk about the problems with him. So I don't know.
True.
What do you think of this pick?
I don't hate it by any means. It's just, again, it's the same thing like Ronnie Perkins on the board. Why is it not Ronnie Perkins?
I forgot he was still on the board. That's Ronnie Perkins too. So on film, he's a power rusher, right? Like he pretty much just blows people up. But then when he tested, he wasn't very athletic. And so you consider, maybe that's a product. I mean, he sat Tevin Jenkins, a high second round pick, on his ass multiple times. So I don't have concerns about how it translates. The Packers have already made their selection. We are fucking moving now. They selected Amari Rodgers. I don't like that pick.
I don't hate it.
I don't like it only because how often do the Packers use this type of role? I guess this is like your Ty Montgomery now. I know Amari Rodgers was.
It's a different. They don't have this, so that's exactly. They don't use this. They don't have this. I think this is good. They need this. They need something different to jumpstart this offense. Besides, obviously, Aaron Jones and Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, and honestly, fucking God, what's his goddamn
Valdez
name?
Scantling?
No, tight end.
Robert Tonyan.
Robert Tonyan had a jump start. I think this is another aspect of the team. They fixed the center position. They got another corner. This is actually for maybe not like what they should have drafted. This has been a good draft for the Packers.
It's been okay. I would give it like a B, maybe.
Probably, yeah. But last year I would have given it a D or an F. So
yeah, probably an F.
So we're upgrades, people. Upgrades. Let's get it.
Yeah. Yeah, so down here, top remaining, Baron Browning, Fatu Melifonwu, Ronnie Perkins, Kenneth Gainwell, Michael Carter, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brevett Jordan, Tylen Wallace, Tommy Togiai, Jabril Cox, Quinn Miners, Wyatt Davis. Just a ton of talent.
I was going to say, I ran out of characters.
Yeah.
I think there's Jordan Smith, Davion Nixon, also Cameron McGrone.
Yeah. Spencer Brown.
Then we got Spencer Brown, yes. Diamador Lenore, Elijah Molden, Keith Taylor Jr., Sean Wade to an extent, Jamar Johnson, Hamza Nasirildeen. Why do I know? How can I pronounce that better than most names, by the way? Tyree Gillespie still on the board. I mean, there's still a good amount of talent left that I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, we do still have about 20 picks left, 19 picks left. Is what we're looking at. Vikings, the pick is in. I think this could be a running back, unfortunately. I know they have Madison. Madison's contract is coming up here soon. They did lose Mike Boone. And so I think they could look to make sure they have some type of insurance, because when Dalvin Cook gets hurt, it seems as though Alexander Madison also gets hurt. It's a very weird phenomenon, but I think they need to bolster that room a little bit. They re-signed Amir Abdullah. I know they have other needs. I get it. But at some point, some of these running backs are going to start to come off the board. And so.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're really not.
Yeah.
It's just, like you said, it's like, unfortunately, I think it's going to be just because we just wish they went somewhere else. It's not like more for fantasy greed than anything. It's definitely not a detriment to the talent or the Vikings situation. It's just, it's much better if they have a chance to be an actual starter. They'll never be a starter above fucking Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, absolutely not. But I also think that the Vikings do have some other needs where it's kind of going to be a luxury pick.
They should be Ronnie Perkins. There should be no question here. It's not, but it should be.
It's not?
I don't know the actual pick. I'm just guessing.
It's probably not, yeah. But, I mean, ultimately, they could go a lot of ways with this. They should pick a defensive end, in my opinion. I think they're going to pick a running back. I think all the Michael Carter fans might be upset here soon. I hope they prove me wrong, and I hope that we see some running backs go to some lucrative and nice situations. But
I mean, there's plenty still. I mean, let's talk about. We still have the Jets that could use a running back. We still have the Falcons that could use a running back. Dolphins possibly. I mean, there's still plenty of landing spots that all these running backs that are still available that could actually kill it. And Michael Carter could pretty much go anywhere and kill it, because he's a depth, certain pass catching position or rotational back. Anyways, that could steal some touches, just like James White has done for the Patriots for the last what seems like a decade.
Man, I keep looking up at Mel Kiper's board. He must have known that teams weren't super high on Baron Browning, and that's why he evaluated him that way. But I just don't know how you can watch this film. I know we can, this is a Baron Browning show at this point, but I don't know. I don't know. I think he's got him as his second or third best linebacker on the board right now.
Yeah.
That's all right. I think he's wrong. I think the NFL's wrong about Baron Browning too. I think he's going to be a nice little value pick here. Hey, your boy.
I was gonna say, if you look at the top rating, the last person on there is now gone. Wyatt Davis is now a Viking. Fan-fucking-tastic pick for the Vikings. This pairs well with their team. You can put Ezra Cleveland out at tackle now, and he could be your right guard. This is perfect. Their offensive line is fixed, honestly. Like, with Darisaw and Wyatt Davis is quite possibly the two of the best draft picks I could have made for them. I mean, maybe you go Quinn Miners. Maybe they could have got Aaron Banks if they wanted to, whatever. But like, this is really, really good.
It's interesting too. I made that comment earlier, and then Wyatt Davis. We haven't seen too many interior offensive linemen come off the board today, and he ended up being the fourth or fifth. So you've got Vera Tucker gone.
All three centers.
The centers, Banks.
That's it, I believe.
Yeah, sounds right.
So he's the third guard off the board, 6 interior offensive linemen off the board, which is probably fair.
And that makes me actually feel a little bit better about my eval of him because I had him as a 3rd round grade, and I had him as my 4th or 5th guard. So,
hey, and honestly, as long as we don't see Trey Smith today, I'll be happy.
Listen, it's coming.
I don't want that Eric Flowers shithole of a guard in here. God damn it.
He's not that bad.
He's close to that bad.
He's not.
So, but in fairness here, Steelers, who the fuck are they taking? Because
Trey Sermon. Let's just get more running backs.
No, let's not do that.
Absolutely not. So the Steelers are probably going to take a corner.
Who have they drafted besides Najee?
They drafted Pat Fryermuth. They drafted Pat Fryermuth. And so now we're looking at just a lot of defensive needs. I think they could stand to add to the linebacker room. They did. I mean, they lost a lot of pieces. They lost Bud Dupree. They don't have a quarterback of the future on their roster. Probably they lost tackles. They lost centers. They lost. I mean,
there's not a center I probably value here. I think you go Quinn Miners and hope he works out at center. It makes more sense to go Spencer Brown, in my opinion, or Stone Forsythe,
or Ronnie Perkins, or Milifano.
But again, like Milifano makes tons of sense. But like Edge, again, like they have Highsmith, they love him. They needed a depth edge. They don't need a starter.
True.
So you can draft one next round of the 5th round. I think it'd be fine.
Yeah. All right. DMC is hype.
I know, right?
He is hype. I can't believe they're letting him do this in Cleveland. Who'd they take?
Okay. Do you just want to know?
No, he's about to. Oh my God. It's a head scratcher, clearly. Kendrick Green. Is that what he said? Yeah, that's a good pick. I studied Kendrick Green just a little bit. He's a mauling dude.
Yes.
But also
he's a guard.
Yeah, exactly.
He played center at I believe Illinois, or is it Syracuse?
Illinois. Yeah.
Okay, Illinois. He played center and guard for them. Maybe they believe he could play center for them. Either way, it's a 3rd round. It's not necessarily a starter. I think it needs to work in. There's a chance he becomes their center in the future. I just don't necessarily see it. But again, it's not like they passed up on center to go Pat Fryermuth. They need center still. I mean, it's their fault.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, he's got some good footwork. I think he's definitely a guy that is going to be good for Najee, wherever he plays. But now we've had a trade. The Rams traded their pick to the 49ers. So we're just all about the interdivision trades. Although, in the later rounds, that's not as uncommon. So
No. Well, in the 49ers, they picked their quarterback of the future, Trey Lance. They picked Aaron Banks to be a starting guard for them. They traded up probably. I don't know what they want. I mean, I'm not going to keep hyping on the two guys. I think that, Jesus Christ. It's not who I thought they'd want.
Okay. Well, is Jabril Cox off the board?
Yeah, no, he's not.
So,
It's
okay.
not him.
Damn.
It is a transfer player that may have broke a record in a game. Yep, you're right. Just say it out loud.
Trey Sermon, running back, Ohio
Trey
State.
Sermon to be their future just lead guy, hopefully. He's ultra talented with a limited scope of this play, really. Obviously, like I just said, he broke records at Ohio State that have been long standing for a reason. Like he is an electric back that can really dominate, I think, at the next level given the right situation. He goes to the 49ers, who definitely have if you could just not move everything in your room.
I'm so sorry.
They have plenty of running backs there, obviously, but I think he probably is the best. Unfortunately for everyone that has the mixture of running backs that they have there already. It sucks for everyone that has that. But Trey Sermon probably doesn't win the job day one, but he will rotate in. They don't have, I don't think, running backs of the future on the roster, so it does make sense for them to get one for the future.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think he probably comes in and takes that lead role.
Who's the fucking lead?
Raheem Mostert right
Raheem
now?
Mostert's the lead. Yes, thank you. I just couldn't think of the goddamn name. I think Mostert keeps it for at least a start. But again, it's the same thing. Sermon didn't take the job at Ohio State. He got his opportunity and he capitalized. I think he does the same thing at the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, we could see that. I don't.
Texans trade up. We don't have anything for them because it's the Texans. Who did they even pick in the first?
Davis Mills. Davis
Mills. Jesus Christ. So now with their vast array of team needs, they trade back up in the draft and see what they do.
I mean, it's got to be for
Melifonwu,
in my opinion.
It could be. It could be for Browning. I mean, it literally could be for anyone. It could be for a running back, a wide receiver. I don't think they really need a running back, but it could be. Amari Rodgers got taken, right?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Tylan Wallace, maybe.
I mean, maybe. De'Ami Brown's here.
No, he's not.
Oh, you're right. He got taken. I mean, it could be Tylan Wallace. It could be Seth Williams. It could be Nico Collins. It can't be running back. They can't do that.
We'll pull this back up because everyone's still here. Son of a bitch.
It's pretty crazy.
All the people we value right here are still on the board. And now we have a team that we don't value picking. I didn't hate the Texans until I started to learn more about their front office and ownership, and good God.
Yeah, it's a tough scene. It's definitely not good, but yeah, I mean, there's really no speculation here. I don't know who this pick could be. I think it should be Baron Browning based on my grades. So, but they have so many needs that it doesn't even it's just BPA, and BPA for me would be Browning. BPA for someone else might not be. So,
yeah, very true. They're a full BPA team by far.
Yeah.
Oh my God! But of course, it's gonna take forever to get to their pick.
All right.
These sons of bitches. All right,
and we should announce too. So we pretty much have a 4-hour limit on our streams here. So once the Cleveland Browns pick here in a couple picks, we are going to call it quits for the evening. Thank you guys if you've joined us throughout the night. And if you aren't seeing this after you've joined us, we'll thank you again. We won't be back for day 3. I'll probably tweet out during day 3. I'll definitely be watching day 3.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get off work just a little bit after it starts. Maybe I'll miss the first 20 picks, 15 picks, but I might be able to tweet with you, get along with that. I'll tell you one thing. We're going to try and submit for the Huddle Report next year. Good God.
Yeah, we should have let off with the fact that you were you would have finished 3rd. And
yeah, but, we have the receipts, but it doesn't matter. It's not in the competition, so we can't say much about it. Either way, I'm just happy we did it. I'm happy I crushed you guys in every aspect.
You did.
But it's not fair. You probably shouldn't have finished 3rd. But we've done so much study. I just know a lot of these guys inside and out. A lot of the team needs fit right. I liked it a lot, but Texans picked Nico Collins. Probably, it's a smart pick. He's a bigger body outside receiver. I think Tyler Wallace makes more sense to me, but it's the Texans. So, but again, Michigan receivers, they're heavily underused in this new era that they're under. And pretty much everyone is, though. All their best talent that goes to the NFL always looks like shit, gets drafted round 3 or 4, or they're a misused D end or D tackle that get drafted in the first. It's one of the two. Nico Collins is pretty. I think he's pretty good. I think he's got a good path to elevate himself to the next level. We'll see if he gets to that level. But with the Texans, with the uncertainty everywhere, it's hard to tell. I mean, if Jesus, we actually have it.
We do.
If Deshaun Watson is his quarterback, I like his ceiling a lot more. Just don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, but if he is, he steps right into that Will Fuller role, and I think he can be effective. In that type of role.
He's a weird combo. Their receivers aren't great though, so he could be this after a year or so. Could be the best receiver on the team.
I mean, what they have Brandon Cooks.
Yes, they have Kiki Cutie. That's
so they have Brandon Cooks.
I was gonna say those are the only 2 names I know. Okay.
And the Vikings have already made their selection.
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's the other one that doesn't like me.
Okay, good. Okay.
I'm actually shocked that Patrick Jones went before Rashad Weaver. That's pretty absurd.
And he went before Ronnie Perkins. Jesus Christ.
There's got to be something with Ronnie Perkins that we don't know.
There is probably, but I'll tell you what, if the Browns pick him, I'm gonna be pretty fucking happy. They would have killed this draft so far, which they already have. It's just
Ronnie Perkins too. I never mentioned it because I heard it was a non-issue, but Ronnie Perkins did get suspended at the beginning of 2020.
Maybe that's it. I mean,
so did Ramondre Stevenson though, and I heard it was just for smoking weed, so it wasn't a huge deal. But maybe NFL teams do think it is a huge deal.
Yeah. But Vikings so far: Christian Darrisaw, Kellen Mond, Chaz Surratt, Wyatt Davis, and Patrick Jones. I think that's a pretty good draft so far.
That's a really
Patrick
good draft.
Jones, it's hit or miss right now. He's got to prove a lot of stuff, but I think he could. We'll see how that gets, but it's a good draft so far. Speaking of great drafts, the Browns up Myles Garrett coming out to make the selection. Thank the goddamn Lord. That's an enormous Greek god of a human.
And our buddies ran into him today.
Yeah, I know. There is a plethora of talent on the board, in my opinion. Maybe not all that fit.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what fits. I think Ronnie Perkins is the best fit, but maybe Tyler Wallace, Tommy Togiai. But if you tell me we get any of these guys, I'll be pretty happy. I can't wait for them to get someone I don't care about.
My TV just froze for a second. I was about to freak out.
Same.
Okay, good. Please don't spoil this one.
Why do you always have no faith in me?
I'm just a little nervous. All right, the Browns select. Who knows, because it's taking forever. Amon-Ra St. Brown would be perfect. That's who I want. It's not, though.
He said don't spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it.
Anthony Schwartz?
Oh, my God. Speed.
I know they need speed.
Former track and field athlete, if I remember. Yep, that's what ESPN's saying right now.
He's pretty much the fastest player in the world.
Okay. That's okay. But the Browns do a lot of weird motion stuff. I know he's done that a lot in college. I do think it's a good fit. They needed a fifth receiver. Like, they need the depth no matter what, because they've had some injury concerns there. Obviously, Higgins is on yet another 1-year deal. DPJ had some flashes, but they still need wide receivers of the future when you're really not sure what you're going to get year to year when we're thinking of Jarvis and Odell. Obviously, the outside media and Cleveland media only want to talk about trading Odell, not about how he can fit the team and play well with us. But I think this is a great pick, honestly. I think Tommy Togiai would probably be a little bit better, but we have spent 2 picks on the defense already. So it does make sense to me to try and get another weapon on offense and keep moving forward with this team.
I don't love it, man. I don't love it. I get, like, the Browns need speed. And if you think that Anthony Schwartz can be used in the, like, Odell role, so just straight, I mean, Odell ran go routes for a lot of 2019. He did a lot early in 2020. And then you can get Odell underneath and slants and things to get him into space. I mean, but you want Anthony Schwartz in space too. So I don't know. I'm excited.
I don't think Schwartz touched the fields a lot.
No, I think he's probably behind Higgins and DPJ still. So
yeah.
All right, that will do it for us, though. Thank you guys for joining us. There's obviously still a few picks as Monty Rice comes off the board for the Titans, but like I said, we'll be tweeting through tomorrow. We won't have a stream up, but we will be back with our draft recap episode, and probably we'll do some fantasy things. So a rookie draft mock next week, same time on Tuesday morning. Thank you guys for joining us this draft weekend. This is football Christmas. We love this. So, Randy, do you have anything to add before we get out of here?
Just thank you to anyone that's come out. Thank you to anyone that's tweeted at us. I had a fun day one for sure, obviously, with being right a lot, because that's one of my favorite things to be. But I really just truly had fun doing this. I always have fun sitting and talking football with other people that just love it. Honestly, that's probably one of my favorite things to do in the world, besides being right.
Yeah, that's very true. So, all right. On that note, we're going to get out of here. For Randy Hall, I'm Christian Williams. We'll talk to you guys next week. Later.